Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Jade. Hi, Kumonoki. Welcome. Sorry. I somehow choked on my own. Weird. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Hi, Evie. Hello. Wow. Hope you are doing good. I am very excited to be soaked in MIZU's, bubbles, right? I didn't know. I forgot today is April 4th. I forgot about it entirely. And then I saw the update. I saw the... I clicked on MHWilds and then it has like this update. It's like, huh, is it April 4th? And I see the calendar. Exactly April 4th. It's like, oh no, oh my god. Like, right? I love that. I initially... Also, hi Cole, hi Sorrel. Welcome. Oh my god, look at friend. Oh my god. Hope you are doing good and welcome. I have a few good news. Actually, just one. Yeah, just one. But that one good news is a big good news, right? So yesterday I looked more into the Microsoft account thing, and then eventually I sort of fixed it. I somehow am able to log into my Microsoft account, but with a different method. But it works. MIZU's taking me for a ride. Nice, you're stealing my MIZU. Fool when? Yeah, fool when? Can I look at it? Forgot to get the Sacred Hunter. Sacred Hunter? I'm going to Nexus Mod right now. Nexus Mods. Not Skyrim. Monster Hunter. Oh, that works. No, I have to. Wow, what the hell? The first mod? The first mod is Micro Bikini Bottom. The gooning that's happening in Nexus mods is always so crazy. Kind of scary too, not gonna lie. Kind of scary. It's done by Mika. Oh, Mika has some really good mods. Okay. I'm looking into the Nexus mods. I want to see if I can find it. The mod still works, right? I have the Anthro Radar. Yeah, you're saying that while you must not towards collision unsafe. Well, I mean, yeah. I haven't played World in a while, but I'm pretty sure if I go into World again, well, let's just say that I will not be able to stream the game. I will get banned immediately. And of course, because it's done by Mika, the turn is 150% longer. Good, I need that. April Fool's Palico Nude mod? What the fuck? Pookie BBQ? What the fuck is wrong with people? Jesus. Oh, there it is. Monster Dick Rattalos. Senpai screaming. Wife on fire. World is good, but some mods make it really not Twitch friendly. Yeah, it's not. I'm looking through mods right now. I know there are a few mods that I want. I'm trying to find the, you know, the Jack Black toy saxophone meme. People have that mod, I believe, and then that mod replaces one of the hunting horn, and that is so fucking funny. I want that. I don't feel I understand why my friend loves Warp so much. I mean, people love Warp. Dangerous Chips. baby secret with a knife. Okay, good. People love World for multiple reasons, right? I love World because of like, I mean, World in itself is already really good, to be honest. But then of course, you know, having dig mods just makes the game even better. Definitely. Ajustes gráficos optimizados. Wow. Alatran Artian Dark and Red version. Oh, that's cool. Increase the effect of event extender skill? Why? Naginata lens? Ooh, that looks so cool. Minecraft maze? MLG parry and perfect guard. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, let me look through the mods real quick. I need to find the mods. I should find it a lot earlier, but I didn't. My bad. Oh my god, Borb Hunter. I love Borb. I love Borb too. Sacred is so precious. Hi then. My friends were small bit, maybe say how they loved it for mods. Yeah, mods are great. There are some really good mods out there. Some mods that replaces Hunter model into like other characters. Or like not like anime characters, but like some dragon characters, I believe, or some furry characters. Just makes the game a lot better, honestly. Why can't I find that? I remember. Okay, you know what? Let me go to my Discord. I remember I shared it. In Monster Hunter, I believe? Or is it Maymay's? I think I shared it in Maymay's. Yee, okay, it's yes. So if I go here, it's gonna lead me to a Twitter post. Oh, I cannot check the reply because I'm not logged in? God damn it. I first wanted to try the World and Rise mod that makes the Hunter model and Antro Zinogre. Yeah, that's so good. Rise has a lot of mods that makes the Hunter into Antro characters. I have Antro MIZU, Antro Odogaron, Antro Narga. Why is there no mod link? Why is there no mod link? Oh, this sucks. Okay, so this is the mod in question that I'm looking for. Let me show you. I'm not gonna mute the tab. Yeah, rectangle stick. Exactly. Like, this mod is so... It's so good! I want this mod! This makes me want to play Hunting Horn, come on. It's so cool! And then there's no mod link. And I'm trying to find this mod. And then there's no mod link. This guy just says mods. Well, asshole, provide the link. Everyone just saying that, oh, this mod slaps. I'm pretty sure these are like fucking bot accounts and shit like that. I don't know. I'm so angry. I cannot find the mods. Alright, I have to hide the screen because I'm going back to Nexus mods again. So, just in case I don't get banned. Do you want me to wait for you for 2-man arena or no? You can do arena. I don't know if I want to do arena, to be honest. Maybe if I try to search for... I mean, I already have dangerous chicks, you know, like baby sacred with knives. Nexus mods, March Hunter Wilds. And if I search for Jack Black, is it gonna appear? Nope. Hunting horn? Hunting horn, but good hunting horn. What? Is it not in Nexus mods? Monster Hunter Wilds. Jack Black Hunting Horn mod. Oh, it's called Sexaboom. Replaces your boring Artian hunting horn with a Sexaboom. Okay, good. We found it, we found it. Yo, that looks so good though. Oh yeah, I need Fluffy Mod Manager. Of course, I forgot. Okay, let me just download this one real quick. See, the thing is, that's the name. Yeah, it's SAX. It's not SEX, so it's fine. I don't know how to pronounce them differently, so it might sound bad, but I assure you it's not bad. Where did I put my Monster Hunter Wild mod manager? A mod manager for Monster Hunter Rise is here. Shit, I have too many mod folders. I don't even remember where I put them. Oops. Is it E? Okay, so this is Monster Hunter World mod, isn't E? Uh-oh. I heard Bones. I was thinking that's a weird name. Oh, I found Monster Hunter Wild mod manager. So I need to put this in games, Monster Hunter Wilds, mods, here. Okay, we found it. And then we open up Fluffy Manager. It's released, mods were installed and the patch was detected, which means it's possible for the patch to overwrite modded files. If you suspect that happened, you can do the following to ensure you have a clean install of the game. Copy on files. So I have Entro, Hunter Raydown, and Sexaboom. Close this one. So we found that. Good. I just want. Okay, how about if I search for Sacred? I love how the mod hunting happens. Oh, there it is, Sacred Alma. We found it. Yeah, oh my god, Sacred Alma, I love you. Replaces armor with an Entro Sacred with glasses? Oh, heck yeah. Pretty sure I need Fluffy Manager for this, Fluffy Mod Manager. This reminds me of the mod hunting when I was playing Helldivers 2 as well. I'm pretty sure that happened. AMD GPU users report that the mod causes crashes. Maybe a driver issue. And then try rebooting through a previous version. Ooh, I like the glasses one. Yep, it is Fluffy Manager. I got duplicate power charm or does it? Oh, hey! Maybe it's with MIZU's claw now. You can try, you can try. Games and shit. Mod Manager, Games, Wilds, Mods, boom. And then open up Mod Manager, boom. Enable this one, and then close the shit, boom. Oh, you're right, there's Zosia, I forgot. But there's no don't look like it. Unfortunate. Okay, downloading this mod. Narix, you mentioned there's a Sacred Hunter? Or did I misremember? Entro Hunter Sacred. So I'm pretty sure if I search for Entro, it's gonna appear. Entro Hunter Sacred early release. Hey! Oh yeah, I have an Auto Garen as well, I forgot. Oh, that looks so good. Replaces Guild Armor, Bone Armor set. Complete tail physics and face posing, early release. Mod by Mika, of course. Hell yeah. Male bone armor. Female bone armor. Replaces female guild knight armor. Female bone armor. Can't stack it since you can only hold one anyways. Buff stacking. Fix for the naming for the user.tree file. So it needs fluffy manager, I think. I mean, I guess all the cosmetic mods or like visual mods requires fluffy mod manager. I'm pretty sure anyway. Installation. Yep, okay. We should install the latest nightly build reframework and enable loose files. I already did that. Some clipping due to non-human built on a human character. Yeah, that's very normal. I am so excited. This one and also this one. Oh, my game is gonna be so fun. There's so many mods. Open a mod manager. So we have Entro Sacred and Entro Ebony Autogaren. Or Ebony Autogaren. Alright, I'm done mod hunting. Sorry that took a while. I appreciate you guys being patient with me. I'm just here hunting for mods. Me being lazy as fuck, just dragging mods to Fluffy so it does all the work. Fair. There's also a mod that makes a sacred call sound a keyless entry sound. A keyless entry sound? You mean like a car beep beep? Oh. Oh, exactly that? Shit. Sacred call on. Sacred rap still when called. I don't want Sacred to rap to me. I want to see Sacred running. You know, it's okay. I think I have enough mods for now. So this time, I'm gonna close Discord as well, because apparently Discord uses a lot of resources even when minimized. I think I have voice mod. This is lossless scaling. Yeah, lossless scaling works a little bit. It's not perfect, but it works, and I appreciate that. Kobo cheating? I have to. I'm Chahatin. Of course, I have to. Look, I'll do anything to play MHWilds. You know, this is what people say with this. My PC can fight for 10 more years. I should probably get losses too. My system dies. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help a lot, but it helps just a little bit. It makes my game runs a better 30 FPS. It still drops, but it doesn't drop as much, right? It doesn't drop as much. So it helps. It helps. I appreciate that a lot. Let's play some MHWilds. Oh no! How the weapon loadout for the Radiant Arena is gun lens plus gun lens. I mean, never enough gun lens, right? It's just gonna explode all over. Need more gunlans and a gunlans that shoots gunlances. That would be a funny mod. Like if you change the explosion VFX to a PNG of a gun lens. It feels like they might just break the game. But it sounds fun, no? Metal pipe falling. Oh no. It's gonna be so loud though. Oh yeah, have I mentioned that I fixed the Microsoft account issue? Partially. But at least that allows me to play Minecraft now. And I tested it. I can now play the dragon survival game with a comfort mode, so it's not hard. And I like that. I like comfort mode. I can play dragon survival now. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Monster Hunter Wilds, boom. Close this one. Is my game not working? Game? Don't crash. I think it's just loading. I think it's just loading. I hope it's just loading. Game? Mine's taking its sweet time too. Weird. Maybe it's the first time opening that takes a while, but this is taking a lot more time than I thought. It's out. It just gone out, and someone already fought MIZU. It's super fast. Also, hi comic, welcome. I guess the game is still running because on the top left, oh, it's not showing on OBS. So top left, there's like an FPS counter that I enabled. The FPS counter says 120 FPS. Sometimes drops to 119, so it's still moving. Narix, did you wait a long time for the first opening of this game after the update? Exactly. I'm scared. Me too. I'm gonna wait for a little bit more. Insert. I forgot insert downstairs. Sorry. That must have scared me. That was very loud. I'm so sorry. But my thought exactly. What? I forgot my hotkey is insert. It goes to the what scene? I'm gonna try closing and reopening it again. I don't know if it's gonna be a good idea. I mean, even when nothing is opening, Monster Hunter Wilds is taking 80% of CPU right now. But nothing is happening. Like, I'm not lying. Look at this. It's not moving, and it's taking like 80+% of CPU. Like I optimize OBS so much that OBS doesn't take more than 10, slightly more than 10% of CPU. Very, very nice. I'll try launching without the sacred mod. Maybe I need to do a clean launch first without any mods, I think. It's dropping down a lot. What happened to Sculpture Redeem? I haven't been doing art lately. Maybe I need to do a clean launch. Drag. Okay, let me do that real quick then. Games and shit. Mod manager. Uninstall all mods. Okay. That should be clean. Clean boot worked? Oh no. Oh no, cannot have fun anymore? Can we not have fun? No mods allowed? The most fun we're missing is the sex boom. Maybe I can try enable the sex boom. I don't know. Oh, sex. Sorry, that doesn't sound better. SAX, right? It's not SEX. It's very different. Uh-huh. I think it's working. Yeah, it worked. Unfortunate. I'll try loading into the game, closing and modding it back. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. Come on, just let us play with mods, man. Updates today? Mm-hmm. I didn't know until I saw the update. Oh, my controller doesn't want to work again. That's on my end. I thought it'd be tomorrow. No. Game? Uh-oh. Oh, oh. Oh, controller is working now. T2 powerful. Hi, Breen. 10 minutes copy sold. 10 million? Sheesh. Heck yeah. I think the config still works. Okay, everything is at the lowest of the low. And I can't buy it. And it's a MIZU DLC. Wait, there's a DLC for MIZU stuff, question mark? It's not a DLC, it's a free title update, no? Okay, this pendant. Dancing cat. Gesture set. Oh, this set is free. I'm getting it. MIZU vanity stuff. It's not a DLC. It's a free content. They said it's a free title update. So, whoa. Why do you keep putting me back to the game? Why are you not frame generation? If you want my PC to explode, then yes, to frame generation, I guess. I shit you not. When I open up frame generation, OBS just dies. Nah, I'll rather play at 30 FPS. It's fine. Free armor outfit. Sacred decoration is 17 ringgit, brother. Sibei 贵哦. I buy, not buy lah. I download this free Alma thing. Nah. Got one free Alma thing and then got one free gesture set. EXP the Switch. I never want anything to do with Switch 2. I tell you, too expensive lah. Stupid 500 USD. I cannot eh. I think that downloaded. I don't know. 90 USD a game, mati dah kita. Macam mana kita mau beli permainan ini? Mati lah. Okay. Mia, I'm gonna try to open up the mod again. And I hope it works, because if it doesn't work, I cry. I mean, nothing I can do. What? Cobalt Gold, hello. Okay, done. Hi, Cobalt Gold. Thank you, Roxas. Day by Daylight. Ooh, how was TPT? Hope TPT is fun. Heck yeah. Also, welcome in, Raiders. And for Tomato, hi. Welcome. I'm Tylra. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. And Cobalt Raid. Look at that Cobalt. Oh my god. But we just one tree tomato. Yeah, why you like this one? Hex Femboy Mpreg. Hi. Gosh, look at that Cobalt. Oh my god. Yeah, I think... Wow, big chat eh? Mod cannot or... Cannot play with mod eh? Ayo. That's quite a name. I mean, I recently learned that Mpreg means something naughty? I don't know. Okay, no mods it is. God damn it. Hope they fixed it soon. How about this? Can I have sex a boom at least? I take pride in it. Good. Virgins, hi. I came here just to boop your snoot. Good. I like my snoot boop. Unless Marvel Luna skin. I feel like Luna is everywhere. Which is understandable, I guess. I mean, it's Luna, so uh-huh. Oh shit, milk doesn't work. No, wait, 3D. I forgot. Well, imagine me getting... that sounds wrong. Imagine me getting... Okay. I'm gonna disable some redeems now. Well, pause them. Those that doesn't work, I'm gonna pause them. Or even Corp doesn't work, I think. Yeah. This one doesn't work. This one works. This one doesn't work. This one does not work. And this one does not work. Okay. Wow, minimal amount of rewards, huh? Ooh, Sexaboom works! Going to start cooking? Good. Have a fun cooking. Only the hunter skins are broken? Feels like it. Go with the bottom, could I guess. Hey, we learn something new every day, I guess. So how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Trying to figure out the mods things. Because I like mods. Why you like this? What the fuck? Best? Oh my god. Okay. Cannot believe there's a plop 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 now. I cannot believe it. Oh my god. Okay, so no hunter reskins. Very unfortunate. Oh? I think private lobby? Yeah. You would like that, don't you? Who? Like what? The two emotes that you sent? It's not dragon. I don't like it. Unless eat dragon, then maybe. Display objective priority and select a mission. Okay, so let me try the looseless scaling. Skill? Okay, it's scaling now. I guess the game still runs kind of okay. It's not bad at least. Okay, I need an Arshan hunting horn. Can we have layered weapons? Arshan hunting horn. Okay, what do you want? Dragon. Dragon. 7 unlimited boost. Blight negate. Restore sharpness. Resounding melody. What? There's no healing? Ailments and blights located. Oh, there's no healing. Wait, is there no way to change? Oh, wait, there's no way to change the notes? And the echo bubble? Or is it randomed? I don't know if it's randomized. Echo Wave Dragon. An elemental attack boost. I guess that's good. Resounding. What does resounding melody do? No heal. No heal. Hunting horn is actually kind of sad. I wonder if I can change. Sexaboom. It's just called Sexaboom. Good. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that looks so good. Nothing? Sexaboom? Okay, let's try it. Why is there no sound? Uh-oh. Oh, there's no sound. No, why? What happened? It's just silent. That is so unfortunate though. Well, all the mod hunting just didn't work, I guess. New patch? Yeah. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Okay, fine. I'll play the game normally. Alright, let's do some quests. Let's do some quests. So I was playing Dual Blade. I don't know if I can do Dual Blade still. What's my skill? Evade window, evade extender. Yeah, I guess I'm playing Dual Blade. Oh, I'm playing Gore Armor. Oh! Gore Armor is to use... I don't wanna. Oh, loadout. Equipment? Yeah, I have Raid Out and I have Gore. Premium... Yeah, maximum might and stamina surge is also really good. I think this is my... This is my... longsword build, I think? Nah, I don't know. I guess I just play whatever, that's fine. Ooh, wait, I like Great Sword though. I miss playing Great Sword. Varianta. Dragon Guardian. Focus Dragon. Charge Handicraft. Oh, that's Focus level 3, holy. Yeah, Great Sword feels fun. Gohan, me too? Okay. You're... Yeah.
これではなく別メガネを落としてしまったんです。作は名工ジェマ。アズズ石種族の助けを借りて掘り出された素敵素材による伸びやかな赤き死体。清らかなる水のごとき強玉。過ちて伝部の下に敷いた際にも砕けぬ強き心。後世に語り継がれる一品です。このままでは1000年後。時の遺物としてあのメガネを資料館に展示してもらうという私の野望も立ち消えに。
なるほど。メガネを落としたのはどのあたりだろうか。
はい、火の森での調査中と思われます。そういえば周囲にモリバーがいましたね。
モリバー。
そこにいたモリバーを探そう。何かわかるかもしれない。
I think game's a little bit quiet. Is it just me? The apple of her eye. The game's a little quiet. I'm gonna make it 40%. Raid out, destroy your camp. Thanks. I guess. God damn it. Yeah, it feels like Capcom just doesn't like mods anymore. It's... I hate it. Kanya wants to talk. Oh wait. Ooh, shiny. The maximum number of safe investigations has already been met. Ooh, but this one is shiny though. Can I do this? I want to do this. I want to do this quest real quick to get the feeling back, alright? Haven't played Wilds in a long time. And by that I mean probably about 2-3 weeks. Look, that's a long time, okay? True, or maybe even a month. I don't even know. No, maybe not a month. A month is too long. I didn't check my last plate. Oop, my bad. So I have great sword and long sword. I like sword.
が届きました。ご確認ください。
One chat message. Oh, supply items. Right, that's a thing. Alright, let's go. 24 FPS. Very... You know what? That's good enough. That's good enough. Hi. Look at that smooth radiant. I'm just spamming offset now. Whee! Aiway. Too late, too late. I forgot to play this game. I'm bad. Evasion mantle? Aiway. Oh yeah, Kitty's OP, I forgot. Thanks, Kitty. Finally. I cannot offset that one. Triple charge? That works. $200? What is that damage? Ow. Is my damage that bad? We? No. What do you mean it's down? Look at Kitty, so OP. Heal 24/7. Thank you, Kitty. Oi! Triple charge? Nope. Oh, lucky? Oh, unlucky? Ooh. What was that movement? I'll take it. That works, I guess. Palico must have some strong gear. Palico is OP in this game. Oh, Spooter! It's a ballerina Spooter. Ay, wait. Thanks, Spooter. Wee! God, I love Monster Hunter. I'll take it. I'm not afraid. Oh. Really? No, 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 no. Aww. Monster Bobo. She's so pretty. Who? MIZU? Of course MIZU is pretty. Oh, the knife still work. The knife still works. Heck yeah. Yeah, MIZU 100%. Sugoi keishiki. Where my trap? Where my trap? What? Did you just sleep while I'm here? Oh, okay. That was disrespectful, man. It's pretty interesting. Nico balls are crazy near the end. Ooh, okay. Love that. I love that. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Let's play some longsword. Oh, Arkushveridu, why are you here? You know what? I'm doing it. Hello, how you doing? Good morning. Take it. Thank you, Kitty. Guess I'm chasing him down. Why not, right? I love doing this when I'm playing Monster Hunter. Just kill everything, I guess. It sounds so mean, though. Oh my god, frames. What? Hi. Still remember. Oi! Wait, I'm playing Adept? Ow. Uh-oh. Busy chugging wyvern milk. Unhand me? I'm gonna die if this hits. I already forgot how to fight Arkfeld. Not with his frames, I guess. Anime. Sometimes I don't know how I play with these frames. Is it me if he eats to get parts you need? Yeah. I mean, I'm just a big fan of like sort of anything that comes to my path, I'll just sort of get them for the parts and everything. I mean, I'm a huge hoarder, so I guess that's also like a thing. Meat, shroom, honey. Time to eat. Mmm. Delicious. Eat that. Mmm. That smell is perfect. Heck yeah. Did they just run away? Oh my god, it ran away so far. Holy shit. Brother, I only ate once and he flew 400 meters away. Hi Warner, bye Warner. See you later. I'm gonna go find Arkveld. Hehe. Where's the treasure? Man, you're so hard to control sometimes. I wonder, is it better than the rotisserie meat thing from Master Hunter Generation Ultimate? In what sense? Is it like the buff or just the food in general looks good? Question mark. But what's a rotisserie though? Hi, friend. Ayo. Almost died. I'm doing it. Wait, there was no bar though. Did they change that? Oh, that was way too early. I'll do it again. Hiya. 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 Movement. Oh. Did I want to give Tail? Like, dear Mr. Jingle and so tasty. Oh yeah, it's still there. Oh, I don't have a raw meat. Ah, shit. The meat grilling is still there. That was like the meal. Like, you can eat meal at anywhere possible. It's like you have to go to a canteen to get a meal. You can eat in the hub now. Oh shit, yeah, hub is a thing. I forgot. Ah, ah. Ui, nice dodge. Thank you, Sacred. I love you. You're the best. What was that artifact? I got the tail, I got the tail. Don't do that. Hell yeah, I didn't do anything. Yeah, fight here, it's fine. I got infinite health, baby. Not anymore, I'm sorry. How did I get a gem? Oh, kitty, nice, thank you. Uh-oh. I forgot you have this combo now. Oh yeah, I have wound. Wound. Hiya! Ching ching! I'm not playing Geo anymore, I have wound. Don't go! Fuck! Nice. Why they keep running away? I also hate how throughout the whole fight I only did one single spirit helm breaker into that anime slash. What? Throughout the whole fight? Oh, did he just run away? Oh no, okay, okay. I thought he ran off from the map. Man, every time Arnfeld ran away, it's like so far. Oh, go sacred, go sacred, go. You know, I don't like the Scarlet Forest. It's like the most intensive map of all. EP Taken? Someone's EP?
罠を置いた。
Gonna go get more trap so that I can capture that burr. Wait, Hunter reskin? Does that mean Sacred Armor still works? That was fast. I'm gonna try to enable the Sacred Armor. Good morning! I'm the worst greatsword player in the entire existence. That's an attack. I forgot I can never understand Doshaguma, it's so weird. Like, look at that. Brother, how much are you delaying your attacks? What? I can never understand Doshaguma, man. This is so weird. Fuck it. Okay. I don't understand. That's a roar? I don't understand. Why are you so weird? That's an attack? How much can they delay an attack? What? Which is the one that I'm attacking? Okay, chill. Great. Oh, great, just great. Like, what is that? Brother, how much can you delay your attacks? That's so fucked up, man. And that's a roar? Why do I never feel like, oh my god, Toshakoma is so cancerous? What the fuck is this? Finally, an attack with a fixed amount of time delays. Thanks, Kitty. I could have died. The roars are not telegraphed. Are you tempered? Yeah, I think you might be tempered. Oh, fucking bear, brother! What exactly the fuck are you doing? Don't you love it when everything is untelegraphed as fuck all? Uh-huh. Why do I never feel like... What is this Doshakuma? Am I fucking tripping? Or is it just because I didn't play this game for a long time and Doshakuma has always been this cancerous? What the fuck is that? I want to kill that thing. It's a tempered one. I want to kill them. All attacks are just like... Doshakuma just say fuck all to all the telegraph attack. Brother. Right, so the monsters keep spawning. I guess it's monster everywhere now. I do not understand you. I guess we love an untelegraphed roar. That's a whiff. Oh, that hits. Oh, there's a second hit. Okay. Love that. Love that. Okay, okay. Yeah, what do you have? Show me. What else do you have? Like all the bullshits, like keep coming. Man, the amount of bullshit that Doshakuma has is insane. I never realized that too. Actually crazy. Roar? I wanna kill this thing. Even though I'm gonna kill it in 10 FPS, I'll take it. Okay, there we go. Love that. Huh? I thought that's a flinch. Oh, sorry, Sacred. There we go. GG. Feels good. But that's not the Toshaguma that I'm going for? I went for the wrong Toshaguma? Fuck. It was a 50-50 though. First mission taking about already been 30 minutes. Very cool, very cool. Good morning. Oh, I'll capture this one. What? Do you just read my role? Read my role? Okay, there we go. This thing just actually read my role like a book. Okay, now we can go find MIZU. Too shiny? Good enough. I'm hunter rank 99? How the fuck am I 99 already? I'm so good! Who are we supposed to find? Who are we supposed to find again? In Scarlet Forest? Search downriver for the glasses. Oh no. Downriver? Hi, malicious magpie. What happened?
というのも私の大事な釣りとモリバーサオ大将のことなんだけど
釣りとモリバーとは釣り友とモリバーをくっつけた君独自の単語と考えて
それは後にするとしてサオ大将さんはとっても無口な釣り好きのモリバーですよね出会った時から気があってねよく一緒に釣りをするんだでも最近少ない口数の代わりに彼のお腹の鳴る音が聞こえるの専門は水管教学だけど私も学者の端くれだからこれってやっぱり魚はモリバーの食生活の一部を担っていますですが 漁獲に最も近いモリバーでさえお腹を空かせているとなると、
モリバー全体の食料確保に大きな影響が出ている可能性も高いと。
これはモンスターが関連しているかもしれませんね。
MIZU? MIZU? MIZU?
だから一緒に釣り場の様子を見に行ってほしいんだ。あなたたちだったらモリバーを必要以上に警戒させないだろうし。
わかった。早速向かおう。
Dragon? 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 It's raining while it's sunny out. Interesting. It has been raining quite a lot lately. I mean, I'm grateful because I don't need to go water the plants because I'm lazy. Extra mission? I don't know if this is MIZU, to be honest.
それにしても無口なサオ大将さんとどうやってコミュニケーションを？隣にて竿を立て並ぶれば心通じる。それが釣りを愛する者なり。
Ice Bear Popsicle, hi!
我らに言葉はいらない。
Welcome, welcome.
プロフェッショナルだよ。
釣り場に現れるモンスターに心当たりは？
Hope you're doing good.
見ているけどわかる点もある。馬車熊は火の森の生態系を担う基礎的な存在。そんな馬車熊が通常の食生活をしただけで急激な魚不足になるだろうかって。
なるほど。土砂熊か。
ああ、それ水生生物以外の名前は覚えられなくって。すごいプロフェッショナルだよ。今ならサオ大将も釣り場にいると思う。彼最近は仲間のために寝る間も惜しんで釣りしてるの。でしたら急ぎましょう。一人の時にモンスターに会ったら。
I hope monster hunt is going well. It's going pretty good.
もうすぐそこ。
Did a quest that took about 30 minutes because I'm being dumb. I mean, I guess fighting things in 15 to 20 FPS might be a little bit difficult, but hey, it's all good. Good enough.
サオ大将。
Oh.
よかった、無事だったね。あれが釣り場を荒らすモンスターですね。
違う。
No? Yo! Yo! I want dragon. Oh my god. Oh, that's hot. Okay, okay, okay. Oh. Oh, that's so fun though. You done fucked up now, bear? What? Uh-oh. Ayo! 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 Oh my god, MIZU is so hot! Yo, look at that! Tamamitsune! That's nice. I was at Hunter rank 125, but I went further beyond. Good enough. Oh, what do you do? Oh, that's a nice roll. I love it. I love it. I love it. Supply voucher? Yeah, of course. Sorry, lucky voucher. That's a nice looking bubble though. Wild theme? Yo, I'm gonna cry. I'm actually gonna cook. I mean... Wait, why do you look so hot though? Oh. Do I have water resistance? I have no idea. Uh-oh. My input's getting eaten. You know what? I want to change weapon. Come here! Man, the music is so good. Oh my god! I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. Alright, going in. Give tail, give tail. That's a head though. Oh, that was lucky. Oh, it sounds so good though. Uh-huh. Don't even try. Oh. Oh my god, MIZU sounds so good now. That's one brick. I need one more. That was instant? That's a new move. I love that. Please hit me more. I mean, I need to dodge that. What is it doing? It's so cool. You know, I wanna follow camera. I never use follow camera because it fucking sucks. But for this, I'm using it. I want to see MIZU in its entirety. Yeah. Yeah. Minor chord? Major bubble blight makes you slay around, makes attack extra damage calculated based on the force of the hit. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, it's tired. Yeah, using Great Sword to go against MIZU can learn a lot more than using Longsword just flail around. I mean, I get to go up close and personal. Crazy. If Kezu somehow makes it into one, I'm going to cry. Yo, Kezu! Radiant, what the fuck are you doing? Radiant, I'll kill you for that, you know? Disrespecting MIZU? Oh wait, you're Retalos. Oops, my bad. They're too similar, I cannot see. You die. Don't worry, Queen. I'm a mod and a tier 3 sub. I'll protect you. Oops, sorry. Don't worry, Queen. I'll protect you. How dare you? Hey. Flaming bubble? Oh. I'm a little bit hungry. Let me eat. Mmm, delicious. The one thing that was fair about Vitalis that made unfair on Josia. Uh-oh. Josia is an unfun fight now? I'm scared. Going in. Okay, in that sequence, I spam block 5 times. Going in. Whee! Give me that tail of yours. I want tail. Oh. Yeah. Oh, hi Finch. Gamer socks spotted. Heck yeah. Love my gamer socks. Comfy. Hope you're doing good, Finch. Oh, too late. I saw the move, but I was a bit too late. Don't fly. Give tail. Give tail. Whee! Right wing? Was I not taking the tail this whole time? Sorry, I'm gonna go kill this thing. Alright. They disrespected my queen. As a mod and a tier 3 sub, I need to kill Rathalos. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. If you're gonna hit by a charge fireball, that's about 50% faster even though you're under the belly already. Here you just need to be in the belly. Wow, it's just speaking my thoughts exactly. Good morning. I whiffed. Don't do it. Hiya. Got him. Oh, what the fuck? You did? Wait, I wanted to capture you though. You were not limping at all. Sorry. Oh my god, I slaughtered this thing. Oh, thanks. Why is there still Rathalos team going on? Rathalos is dead. Oh, they just need to go to the climax and then just like end the music because the death was too sudden. Yeah. Right, now we go find MIZU. We're gonna look at Bubble. Bubble. Oh my god, eat the Bubble. Good morning! Thanks for the tail. Oh. Oh. I love you. I love you. Oh, you look so hot though. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love you. Oh, you look so good. Oh my god. Imagine 180 turn on a great sword. Fire bubble. Hey. Really? How strong is greatsword? Oh. I got the tail. MIZU is too hot. Man, it's all broken now.
罠を設置。
Yay. Who that? I don't recognize that roar. Oh.
皆さんが待っていますし、今日ベースキャンプに行きます。
What are you doing? Is it because I'm at the screen you can attack? Well, I'm gonna abuse this shit. Yeah, it's not attacking at all. Hi, Zeus Pop. Oh my god, Uppies. I missed the 2 polygon monsters. In a way, I kinda do. In another way, I kinda don't. Ooh, orb. Claw plus? I got herb. I got orb. Oh my god, orb. Orb, orb, orb. Shiny, shiny, shiny. That was 15 minutes. So that Rathalos hunt probably took about 5 minutes. I didn't even mean to kill the Rathalos. I feel kinda bad.
玉三つねのこと本当にありがとう。おかげでモリバーたちの釣り場が守られたよ。もちろん大事な食生活も。
釣りとも大好き。
どう？
火の森は私たちが思っている以上に多種のモンスターが存在しているのですね。そのあたりも込みで玉三つねの報告書は私が作っておくね。
You understand Japanese? A tiny bit.
モリバーと玉三つねのいい住み分け方にも見通しが立つだろうし。ですね。では今回の調査はこれにて終了ということで、皆さんは
釣り。
そうしよう。
Nice. Establish hunter, reach hunter rank 100. Heck yeah. HR 100. Gemma, 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 Gemma. Gemma, 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 armor, armor. Oh, this one is longer. I like it. This one has the claw. Yeah, this one has the claw. No. Yeah. I don't know about this one. Kinda like this one more. Bubbly dance. This one. Prevents major bubble blight and ups evasion when afflicted. Trigger minor bubble blight by evading many times. Oh. Oh, I have fortify? Oh, you have burst? Hit 5 successive times for a huge stat boost. Amount increase depend on weapon. Oh, makes sense, makes sense. So a great sword is a no-no for this one. Doesn't seem too hard to make. I think maybe like a few hunts is good enough to make them. Oh, weapon, weapon. Weapon, weapon. Spear tuna? Akane Satsu? Of course. Hanayako Yohino. At 100 you can use all the melding stuff. Turns the debuff into a buff. Oh. Oh, Akane Satsu looks so cool though. Gunnets. Ooh. Oh, it's wide? Eh. Slicked blade? That's a new skill. Temporary increase affinity when wet or when afflicted with bubble blight. When wet. So if it's raining, it's gonna become so strong? Plus 21% while afflicted when wet. So if wet and bubble blight is gonna be plus 30% affinity? Interesting. Yeah, with the armor and in the puddles. And if it's raining, it's gonna be a lot easier. And I assume this one is a SHIA. Well, we have our goal. I kinda want to reopen the game for a bit. It rains one day out like 10 in 2 regions. It's all good. That's why I say like only if. I want to try the Sacred Alma because it's not changing the hunter. Alright, let's give it a try. I wonder which one is like the best at like this. I guess I can try all of these during off stream and see which one works the best. But for now, I'm just gonna do LS. Alright, here. Oh, not this one. So, Sexaboom doesn't work, unfortunately. I'm gonna disable that for now. I hope Sacred Armor works because it's not Hunter. If it doesn't, then I'll just close the game and open up the game again. Mods? I have a few Hunter, Intro Hunter mods, which makes the game look even better. Mm, it's taking a while. Alright, please work, please work. Maybe, maybe. Oh, Sacred Armor works! Okay. Wow, look at that cute Eevee. Check the intro cutscene. Ui, look at that. Sacred Alma. Oh my god, that's so cute though, with the glasses as well. I mean, every time I come here, I just kind of want to check the settings and see if there's anything I can change, but it's already at the lowest possible, so it's all good. Drink? Yeah. Can I eat the kobo? What? No, I don't want to be eat. Talk to Werner in Suja. Tetsuzan wants to talk. Offensive guard. I'm hoping there's artillery, but I don't have artillery level 3. Magazine and handicraft. Magazine and attack. There's no artillery level 2. I'll just get this one then. Offensive guard. My sense of time is all thrown off. I was planning on getting ready for the 4 PM bus, but I realized I was going for my shower, and to get ready for said bus, it was already 4 PM. Oh. So the bus. So the bus is missed? Oh. Oh. Ui, look at that feet. Oh my god. And Sacred Armor is so cute though. Okay, let's go to Suja. Her egg on table also. Really? Oh wait, I saw that. She sometimes fondle it. It's okay. 5 p.m. bus it is. Last option of the day for me to go out for dinner and to get my new meds. You look weird. Let's hear it. Why do you look weird? Is the polygon gone again?
鳥の体ベルナが呼んだのか。まあいい。では流島の現状についてだ。あの区域はしばらく封印状態にしていたが、耳の方からご報告をいただいてな。
そう、いつしかかすかなささやきが届くようになってね。それが何かはわからなかったけど、今は感じる。もうじき芽吹きが訪れることを。
まさかゾシアが。
ああ、現地でもつぼみ状の繭が複数確認できた。小さなものをいくつか排除してみたが、体制に影響はないようだ。
だから流島を止めようって話だろ。なら俺だって何度でも言ってやる。あれは替えの利かない代物だ。生態的な謎だらけのエネルギー源だぞ。
分かっている。私も今この状況でそんなことを言うつもりはない。
はあ？そうなのか？
ならば我々に行かせてほしい。
ええ、また私たちを信じてはいただけませんでしょうか。
異論はない。奴を最も知るのは君たちだからな。
ええ、私は何が聞こえたかを伝えたかっただけ。ただそれだけのことよ。
よし、私も備えて救難信号を待つ。用心してくれ、鳥の隊。
Loves with a ball of 锅包肉。锅包肉、哎呦。
再びあのゾシアと関わることになるなんて。改めて万全の備えで臨みましょう。
ああ、準備ができたらまた声をかける。
Oh, that's an egg?
はい、お願いします。
I like that egg. How do I go to the gathering hub? Yes, that's her daughter, or so she calls it. Cute. You need to talk to the big man in Suza. Hi, kitty. Oh, are you the big man? Well, you are the big man.
ハンターよ。吉報だ。ガ主の手にて訪れたるネイセイ。祈りの場への道を開きけり。
恐れ入ります。祈りの場とは。
それは古より伝わる祈りの歌を捧ぐる場。竜都が滅んでより長らく立ち入ることかなわず。だがこたび我主のおかげで再建と会い
Very big, very man.
右の方と我主の同胞との協議により今後は交流の場としても使われよう。祈りの場は峰の裏門より通ずる道がある。ぜひ参られよ。
100% a hammer main, judging by his thing on the forehead. Good point. Grand Hub. I can eat good food over there. I'm going there right now. This one, right? Move to Grand Hub. Look, I just want to eat good food. I don't want to eat that 2 pieces of meat every time. Ooh. 2 dragon head totem? Very nice. Oh, I missed the gathering hub thing. Oh, this looks so good. Now this is Monster Hunter. Oh my god. Oh, this is the Monster Hunter experience.
素晴らしいです。こんなに歴史ある地が人々をつなぐ大集会所になるなんて。
人がいっぱい盛り上がってるよ。
まさに文化が交わる場。東と西の結び、その小さな一歩となるでしょう。
いろんな施設もできてるみたい。見に行こうよ。
順番に回ってみよう。
The Grandpa has every facility you need to prepare for a hunt. There's also special entertainment that can only be found in the hub. Have a look around and take a look at the map. The squad information counter has been relocated from the Windward Plain to the Grand Hub. New location is perfect for having even more fun with your squad mates. This thing? Food. The Grand Hub Canteen! Food. You can order regional meals for each of the various villages. Seasonal meals during the special event? The vouchers required for meals at the canteen can be obtained via login bonuses and from bounty rewards. Oh, oh my god. Oh, I need the meal voucher? I only have Kunafa meal voucher? Cover lucky. What? Oh my god. Food. Oh, thank you, kitty. Oh my god. Finally, we can just have meals. This game is so fucking good now. Popo, can Burp has your hunter code? Of course. Hunter code. The member list. Oh, that's my hunter ID. I can type it in the chat if you want, so that it's easier for you to look at. I think. Oh, you are. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh, you got it? Oh, oops. Okay. All good, all good. Arena quest counter. This is the arena quest counter. Your reputation precedes you. Are you ready to test your skills in the arena? You can attempt certain quests online to compete worldwide for the fastest completion time and receive rewards based on your performance. Well, imagine the people that try hard will use one-hit kill. Well, I guess. These quests may have restrictions such as the number of participants, what you can equip, and what items you can use. Arena quests with specified equipment, max of 2 hunters, support hunters okay. Free challenge quests, limited time quests with any equipment, max of 4 hunters, support hunters okay. Challenge quest, limited time quest with specified equipment, max of 2 hunters, support hunters okay. You can join these quests midway. Some quests are only available at the Grand Hub. Limited time quests are only available online. People are gonna be like, use the mods and win. Like, people are going to use the mods like, ooh, coin back. Oh, maybe. Even though I never. Okay, here's the me experience of Monster Hunter, right? I never go arena because I don't get to use my own armor. And I don't like that. Legend Smithy? Name's Legend? Wow. I mean, the arena is supposed to be a challenge. Yeah, I know. But, you know, I lose my fashion if I go into an arena. It's like, fashion. Grand Hub is great because I get to eat good food. Alright, let's go back. Move to Suja. Okay. Pig. Alright, let's talk to Sacred or Alma.
では、流島に向かいましょうか。それとも別のクエストを確認しますか？
Let's go.
どうかご分を。
You know, when the hunting horn mod is fixed, which I hope it does, I will play hunting horn forever. Ooh, fuzzy. Actually fighting Zoshian on fun fight already? Oh no. Ooh, slime. Wow. Yo, still so cool. Oh, what a tail. Yeah, this is Lucky Voucher. Alright, let's do it. We have the Kunafa cheese power. I got this. Yeah, it looks different. Oh, that's so weird. Ooh.
やはり再生能力は健在か。再生する前に攻撃しなければ。
Oh, it's such a unique sound, though. Oh my god. Everything feels delayed. Roll? Whee! Oh, I forgot how good the music is. Whee! I'm blocking. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it hits. I'm stuck. I'm so stuck. I cannot do anything. Oh, okay. I don't know why it delayed for like 10 years, but hey, I'll take it. It's lucky. No. Ooh, life powder. Nope. Defender? Hell yeah. I didn't react to that. Where my team Bobo? God, Dosia is kind of hot though.
以前よりも強力な個体のようですね。改めて備えを固めましょう。
Nice.
Nice. All right, let's go. Nice. I love how that mod still works. Ooh, okay, that's unblockable. Understood. Ooh. Ooh, I like that, I like that, I like that. Nope. Wait. Is that Betty Flame? That's not a Betty Flame. I want that beautiful tail of yours. Okay, delay. Oompa. Okay. Kochidayo. Yeah. Ooh, what is that? Yeah. I'm fine. Oh, the sound is so special. Like, honestly though, the sound design, what are you doing? Big Nova. Woohoo! Elemental sling ammo is particularly effective. Oh. 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 Oh, that's a nice attack. I guess I have to... Chicken nugget?
周囲へと延 るようにも見えました。
It's using milk?
結晶を破壊しておくのが有効かもしれませんね。
If you destroy the crystal before they do that, so what kind of crystal are we talking about? Hi, Akabor. Chicken. Oh my god, chicken. It says something about destroying the crystals. Guess when they do another nova, I have to check it out. Or maybe it's already doing another nova. Or maybe I can destroy the crystals beforehand. They said using the slinker ammo is like particularly effective. Crystal. I think it only happens during the nova. Whee! I love it. Are these the crystals? Ooh, I think that's kinda dangerous. Ah, yeah. Oh my god, it's so cool! Oh, I think I can fight this thing for like hours on end. Just for the music alone, man. This is so cool. This is what I'm talking about, like the music complements the fights, like wee. The music makes me feel like there's no chance I can win against this thing. I have to do this. Oh, I can react to that. Ooh, okay, that was so risky. I mean, it's the only chance I have. Sheathing will kill. I would die if I sheath there. I'm pretty sure anyway. Nice. Two big boys. Having goosebumps, this is so fucking good. It's a weird hit for the tail. I thought it's a belly flame. Hey. I'm dead. Yeah. I'm holding guard. Is this another big Nova? Oh, oh! I think I had to stay behind him. I think I saw like the behind has no fire question mark. Learning.
Nice.
Nice. Let's see, yeah. Last chance. Alright, let's go. Oh, they even have the Tigrex charge. This is fine. More? That's a lot of hits. Ooh. Give me your head. It's a long charge. I may have time to like just dash forward. Ooh. Ooh. Crystals, crystals. Oh my god, I love you so much though. This is so good. I'm having so much goosebumps. Fuck. New move? I forgot about that. I forgot you have Kyrian Lightning. Hi, Bretty. Me first. Nice. Can I cut the tail? Nice, I can cut the tail. Yeah. Lightning saved me. Oh, fire! I'm gonna die. This is fine. This is fine. We good? Yeah. Hi, Dynafos. Dang, I feel like I haven't locked in this long time. Like, this kind of locked in? Holy shit. I love it. Block first, I don't know what's going on. Oh, Betty Flynn. GG. Ah, good try, good try. I didn't expect the fully charged flame towards the end. This is really hard. I like it. Is Geistmacher similar? Yeah, I mean it's the charge is similar. I think most people are gonna look at it as like, oh hey, it's Tigrex, because charging is just Tigrex signature. I got this. Alright, which weapon do we try? I mean, I won against Dosia using Hunting Horn. lot of attacks that I don't think I can offset a lot of the attacks. I mean, I always feel like bow is super duper fun. Latent power, maximum might, similar surge, free meal, effect extender, and do I have? Oh, I don't have the evade window thing. I could try dual blade. Yeah, let's give it a try. All the affinity. This one has evade window and evade extender, and has constitution. What other level 3 gem do I have? After executing a perfectly timed evade just as a monster attacks. More agitator? Oh, burst. Yeah, I feel like burst is gonna be good for the blade. I have 6 foray. 6 foray gems. When large monsters become enraged. Attack plus 8, affinity plus 5%. Counter attack has attack plus 10, but no affinity. I want level 2 agitator, why not? Coalescence. Oh wait, I can have more. Increase the affinity of attacks that exploit the mountain weak points and wound. Attacks that hit weak points gain affinity plus 5. Extra 3% of wounds. Oh. Easier to inflict wounds. Upon inflicting enough damage, also deals additional non-elemental damage. I'll try this one. Since I'm playing Dual Blade, I'm gonna rely a lot on like perfect dodges. So yeah, why not give it a try? Meal 19 minutes. Yeah, then that fight took like almost 30, that fight took 30 minutes. Let's go to Grand Hub and have another meal. Unless someone is offering me a meal, maybe? Barrel bowling. Barrel bowling? Give food, give food. Colorful Suja cuisine. Hot Atsus cuisine. Fresh shield. I never want shield again. It's too... I mean, look at that. That thing's too healthy. It's too healthy, come on. I like Defender. Mmm. This is so good. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not eating that 2 pieces of meat or 2 pieces of fish or half a cabbage anymore. I'm eating actual meal. That's what makes Monster Hunter. Like, come on. You know, even though that grill is like very 方便. I suddenly forgot how to say 方便, but it's very... Fuck, I don't know how to say it, but you know, it's good, right? But the buff that it gives is just not that good, I feel like. Right, let's try again. Germination. Oh, I used my lucky voucher. I lost. Unfortunate. It's okay. We can always get more lucky voucher every day. Alright, using dual blade this time. There's no need to panic. Let's go. Ooh, untelegraphed. I thought you were gonna make a weird noise tonight. Oh my god. So bad. Hey. That was the timing. Aye. Oh, it's an attack. yeah. That's kind of fast. Hey, I'm Benny playing. I overextended. I cannot get greedy like this. Oh, that hits! I'm not at the hind legs, I'm at the tail though. Hey, I'm dead. I shouldn't have done that. That was so scary. Just trying to get the tail at this point. Nice. Hey, I messed up. Yep. Okay, big crystal, big crystal. Those things? No? Wait. Oh, it's not to hide behind the rocks. It's the rocks that extend. Oh, the rock extends the flame. I need to destroy the crystals to stop it from spreading the fire, and then I have to hide at the place where there's no rocks. Oh, easy. I got it now. Okay, okay.
Nice.
Okay, all good, all good.
ご無事で何よりです。それにご安心ください。まだ機会はありますから。
I think my... Yeah, here, I can make potion and make a potion. Okay. Chicken. What are you doing, chicken?
よし。
What? Best chicken. The milk crystal all reacts with Guardian's elemental attacks. Josie is no different. Take only color when it's black? What? Dang it. Okay, now I know how to deal with the Nova. Next hunt will be different. Almost reacted to it too. I was like, weird. Alright, I'm not... Oi! Oi! Oh! Okay. Overextended. Ooh, there's two different flames. Brother, what the fuck is that? That is fucked up. There's two different flames. early. Wait, there was a little bit of like Fatalis music and was it just me? Wee. That's a lot of damage. What is that? Another big boy. Oi! Oi, 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 oi. Okay. It's a biggest boy of the biggest boy. Oh my god. I'm so bad. It's so delayed. What is that debuff? Oh, oops. I was shaking a debuff, I didn't see things. Oh no. Tree. Oh, explosion. Oh. Ooh. moisturize, I will. Oh, yeah. Unlucky. I forgot that's a thing. Yeah. Oi. So good. I was attacking. I heard that too. Uh-oh. Okay, now the tail goes down, I think. Did that hit? It's so cool. Thanks for the tail. Hey. Wee! Spin! Uh-oh. am I gonna die here? Here comes the big boy. Oh, it just spawned so many crystals. Ah, okay. Look, I may be a little slow. I understand. Oi! This is fine. I'll do it again. Spin! I didn't spin. Hi! 2 hits. Wow, I didn't react to that. This is fine. That legit scared me, that fireball. Finally made it out of bed. Oh, heck yeah. Even though I'm gonna be the bad influencing it by saying bad good, but you know what? I don't want to do that. Getting out of bed is good as well. I was in the middle of attacking. That sequence was fun. Got him! GG! Oh fuck yeah, this is the feeling that I'm looking for! Oh man! Oh, this is so much fun though! That's a cool looking creature. I know! If only my PC is better, I can look at it better. Oh. This is such a cool fight. The music complements this one so fucking well. I'm gonna cry. Just with the armor later? Good. In a way, I would be surprised if there's SHIA in a certain E website. E numbers, right? At least. Ugh. Oh, the music is so fucking good. I'm gonna cry. I'm at the verge of crying. Counter attack. Quick switch chain. Did you get your own fur ID? No. I thought it was some sort of I thought it was some sort of like maybe that website got hacked or something, so I didn't do it. But then I realized, oh, it's April 1st. And then I checked back the website, it's not there anymore, I think. Is it still there? If it's still there, I would try to get my own fur ID. Nah, oh. Yeah, I don't know why I suddenly got scared.
ああ、お疲れさん。これで俺もまだあれを調査できる。
でもなぜゾシアが復活を？
僕なりに考えていたことがあってね。今回の情報を合わせて考えると、おそらくは無性生殖にも似た自己増殖。今のところはそう考えるのが良さそうだね。
つまり特定の細胞がわずかでも残っていれば、そこから再び生体になりうると。
エネルギーが供給され続ける限りか。まさに竜との切り札。大したもんだ。
故にやはり竜頭をあのまま放置することには疑問が残る。正直に言えばな。
懸念はわかる。だが、そうした困難も含めて息づいているのが。
I get it. I figured it was April Fool's, so I didn't want to interact with it. But then I saw other people make theirs, so I wanted to make one too. Oh, I didn't do it. Unfortunate. It didn't do anything. It just lets you download the image after and that's it. Oh, that sounds fun though. Mine's immaculate. I know.
耳の方にも協力を仰ぎながら。
わかった。
You know what? I want to see it too, Jade.
今はそれが最善の選択だ。
Gunlan's my most comfortable go against Josia for under 15 minutes clear. Gara 1 still hurts though for the belly flame. Yeah, I think Dual Blade for me is good because I get to dodge everything. And not to rely on guard. When the dodging went well, you like I did for a little bit there, and then I just go ape shit on Josia. It's like, oh my god. I guess maybe I could try longsword, question mark? I want to see the armor though. Gemma! Gemma, armor. Numinos? Ooh. Ooh, it's a skull. Oh, that's a crazy looking armor. Now I have to get this one. The claw is too good. Oh. Oh, that's crazy looking. I don't like the helmet, to be honest. The helmet, not what I want. But what's your skill, though? And Josia Pulse allows the health gauge to continue to recover after the next max value, even if there's no red portion. Valhazak? Super recovery? Oh, it is called super recovery. Oh my god, we have Valhazak armor. Doublet is fun? Yeah. Gloveless glove? Yeah. There already is Zoshia's drawing. I'm surprised and also not surprised, I guess. But then again, Josia is pretty hot. You know what? Deserved. I love Josia. Of course you would check. I want to check too, but I'm on stream. It would be kind of dangerous to check for that, huh? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious. I think for the helmet, you know, if the intro if the intro still works, I would just do like intro radar with this set of armor, like what I did with Gore Magala's armor. You see this set? I'm wearing like radar glove, boots, and also the head. It's for the hunter armor. It's for the like intro hunter. That looks okay, honestly. It doesn't look wabam kind of cool, but it's there. Wyvern lovers. What Wyvern lover? God damn it! Now I have to use this one. It's Wyvern lover. Lala Harpactors. There it is, Josia tree. Fox White Gleam Orb. Wow. Blazing Lil. The Josia armor makes it look skinny. I guess it kinda does, no? Wyvern lover. Oh, I have this one. Inspire Yawan. Send you my ID. Check your phone. My phone is charging. But I guess it's fully charged now. Narpatu of the waves. Wyvern Sentinel. Oh, that's, oh my god, this looks so cool. Oh wait, that's a new skill. Chance to deal initial damage after landing an attack. Ooh, huh? When used with Scorcher, does not stack with and does not stack, but adds extra fire damage. Additional damage after landing an attack. That's... Wait, then Dual Blade's gotta be crazy, no? Yeah, White Flame Torrent. Oh, Dual Blade's gonna go batshit insane with this. Extra attack? Dang, okay. Ooh, that's a nice looking... Oh, MIZU's hunting horn looks cool. Health recovery. Health up. Affinity and health recovery. Echo wave water. Melody of life. Very healing. Stamina regeneration. Okay. Health regeneration. Okay. Defense up. Attack defense up. Stamina use reduced. All wind pressure negated. Oh shit. Wait, that's pretty good. Yeah, and the Echo Bubble health regeneration is like broken, I think. Gramklang. Kumerklang. So when evasion and movement speed up, earplugs, health recovery, melody of life. Affinity up, health recovery. Oh. Oh. Good luck. Dang, Zosia's things looks shelling type normal? Oh, 6 bullet? 6 bullet? I kinda like this one. I like the 6 bullet. Oi. How about bow? I wanna practice bow. Oh, that bow looks crazy! Oh my god! Blazing Samira. Look at the bow! Oh my god, it looks so cool! I'm gonna cry. Oh. Entebrung. This one looks... Oh, this one also looks so good though. And first wave long. Entberung. I'm pretty sure if Merp is here, Merp would probably laugh his ass off. With how I pronounce the German words. I mean, Braggy is here as well. I kinda want to play bow. Bow is like fun. Ooh. I want to try the White Flame Torrent. It's not gonna be very strong, but 252. Oh, same damage. A lot lower affinity though. Should I just make this one? Yeah, I should just make this one. It's been locked. I need Ratian and then Prominence. Sat. Come. And then this one. Come. And then we have this one. Entberung. I can't make fun of people pronouncing things wrong. You know what? I cannot too. But when sometimes I hear people like speak Chinese, it's just kind of funny because like just a tad bit of different pronunciation can mean something so out there, you know. Where's my chicken? Oh my god, chicken. Let me switch weapon. Chicken. Woohoo. Gravios? That's true for Chinese. The arena glove this time around is 2 bangles. Ooh! My first one wanted to say hi, but instead cursed the entire bloodline. I think people would not mess up Ni Hao lah, huh? It's just a very simple Ni Hao. I don't think it could be something else. Ni Hao, Ni Hao, Ni Hao, Ni Hao. Ni hao. I think all of those might sound weird, but it doesn't curse the entire bloodline, is what I'm trying to say. Give me things. Ooh, why does it? Why do they always sell? Why do they always sell Radiant stuff? I'm buying all of them. Ding. Do they have rocks for me? No. Oh my god, you suck, Nata. Okay, who do we fight? Who do we fight? I kind of want to fight MIZU again. I mean, SHIA is very hard, but MIZU though? Ooh. Oh. Control camera. Oh, I can control camera and control character? Boop. Igu. Oh, she's not. I can check the photo album. Everything I do is just chicken. Look at that EP chicken. Oh my god. Sacred armor looks so good though. Yo. Very nice. There are two pigeons making it on my windows.いい調査をね。しっかり食べて。Wait till I try to say it. I just don't think Nihao can become something else. If you're going to hunt MIZU Ling Ling. Oh, did you send something? Invitation list, there it is. Oh, you did. I know see now. Oh my god. I link Buddy. MIZU is gonna appear in Scarlet Forest. But there's no oh. Settlement's having monster trouble. Oh, fuck this. Well, it's your problem now. Well, fucking... You want me to hunt a tempered conga la 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 la? Is that optional quest for it? Or maybe field survey? Okay, these are not the things I want. Event? Ooh. The game will offer you HRP, which you can use to increase the HR. I don't need that shit. Free challenge quest. Nope. Investigation. Oh, there's no optional. Plus HR event. Is this not plus HR? Maybe only in the hub? Oh. You have... Oh! Wait, it's optional? Not gonna lie, they were cuddling for a while and making happy pigeon noises. It's kinda cute. Now they're preening each other. Okay, that's so fucking adorable though. Oh my god. Okay, just a heads up, Narix, I'm using bow. I'm probably gonna die 5 times over. I'll apologize if I keep dying. I think 19 minutes is fine. Yeah, I mean, Narix is here. 19 minutes is more than enough, I'm pretty sure. 208, oh my god. 208. I'm starting to hungry. Oh, you still haven't eaten? What? Honeybo. Let's go. It's time to sniff some bubble dragon. Not bubble dragon. Bubble dragon. Dragon that spits bubble. I don't like the Scarlet Force. It makes my PC wanna cry. Ooh, bubble. Ow! I'm trying to take pictures, goddamn. Wait. I'm gonna get a special. Wee. Oh, that was a shoulder. Wait. Nice. Hey, man. Oh no, am I hungry? Wait, let me hide. Okay, we good. Now I can attack. God, MIZU is so hot, I'm gonna cry. It's so good. I love you, MIZU. Oh my god, I'm your biggest fan. Aye. Narix, I forgot to put in jams. happened? I'll try to get the tail as well. Okay, doing good, man. Bubble Blight not implies damage taken. Yep. Bubble. Oh wait, Tracer. Nice. This. I suddenly forgot how to play bow. Very nice. I mean, I never know how to play bow anyway. Oh my god. Yo, what the fuck is that damage? I love you. Hell yeah. I mean, ow. Oi. So serious. Psycho Crusher. I was like, that thing looks familiar. What the fuck was that teleportation? Ooh, nice. Psycho Crusher. Holy shit, how strong is Narix? Don't move! Yeah! I tried. Still crashes, I find myself if it does, fuck this game forever. If not, about fucking time. It started crashing for me after the update? I mean, I've been streaming the game, I have no crashes, so... Again, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't got any crashes as well. Where? Oh, shiny! Are you killing it, Narix? Oh, you want me to capture it? One out of city. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna crash every few days before, like on full crash in 2 hours. It's gonna worse damn. Well, again, I guess it's different for everyone. I just don't know anymore. I mean, I have no problem so far playing the game for like as long as I played it. Records in photo mode. Yes. Yes, I'm the obsessed observer of MIZU. Oh my god. What, GS user? Look, I've been playing GS. GS is good. Good night, Papotek. Papotek best Tekken. Well, I cannot say it's a best Tekken. It's gonna be Malzeno. Let me have copium, okay? What if there's Malzeno in this game? Uh-oh. There it is, it crashed. Fatal error. I've been trying GS for Severing, but I don't know if it's good for that. It's good. That's my first crash like that. Throughout my entire playtime. Yeah, I summoned it. God fucking damn it. It was fine. Who could guess the crashing game would crash? Again, I want to reiterate this again. Alright, my game hasn't crashed, so that's the first time. I'm not blaming anyone. But still. I mean, I played for 4 hours, it crashed once? I'm not gonna count the times where I'm not gonna count the times where I changed the settings of frame generation and then the game just crashed. I think that's just like things overloaded. I can't say your game hasn't crashed when it crashed right now. Well, I'm sorry, I guess. I just want to enjoy the game. Tijuana's world has crashed for me only once, and that was only because it doesn't like Chrome in my 43 tabs. Why are you opening up 43 tabs when you're playing Wilds? I'm surprised it even lets you open it. Yeah. I feel like every time I open up more than 5 tabs, I start to have some panic attack. What's 26? You know, I cannot argue with that. Fuck. Oh shit. Wait, can I do something that's extremely stupid? I like keeping tracks. I wish you only the best. I hope so hard they can enjoy this game without crashes. They deserve it. I kind of have it, so I wouldn't say that it's a bad it's it's a bad experience for me personally. Is it a crash log? Ooh. Ooh. I don't know what that is. Before the update, I was about 40% CPU usage. And since the update, it's been like 80%. I was on high settings. Yeah, extremely stupid. Like, check this out. Check. Look at this. So, config.ini. This one. Do I have it at read only? No, okay. So, I can open this up with Notepad. I'm pretty sure there's going to be, yeah, window resolution. But this is normal window resolution. Isn't there like a... render display? Is it this one? Do crash. Why are there so many different kinds of display mode? Render config. NT, Chromatic aberration. What the fuck? What if I false this one as well? So I changed chromatic aberration and dynamic shadow enable false. I wonder if it's gonna like destroy everything. Full screen display mode 30. Oh wait, I think I know what this means. So it's not full screen, it's borderless full screen, but this one I think I can change. Also, hi Tikaka. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this one, right? Normal window resolution. Minimum streaming texture resolution. I wanna check out all the settings real quick. Transparent buffer quality. And that's most to mess with the math of everything. Let's not. I don't want to crash the game. I don't want to like mess with the game too much. So what if I put... What if I put this? I mean, world is possible to play with this resolution. Let's see, crash. Code of instant crash. You should, yeah, when do I get to see Jade's commission art? I want to see Jade's commission art. Evie getting called out. Alright, while this thing is loading, I'm gonna go get my phone real quick, alright? The game looks normal. Fuck, that didn't work. I think maybe it's also because that I didn't change the I didn't change the text file to read only. So maybe the settings got reverted. So what if I play window? Oh, you guys cannot look at... Oh, right, I have game capture. The window is so small. Look at it. This is window mode. Was it an intro burp friend? Yeah, I have the Sacred Alma mod. Okay, there we go. Models window. I don't believe it. Okay, let me check the config in here again. If you make the windows that small, the dragon gets small too. Yeah, it's kind of sad. But then again, I want performance. Not bad. So did I change it back? I changed. Okay, let's see. So display 30 is, yeah, display 30 is this, right? So if I change display mode to 0, display mode 0. Yeah, refresh rate numerator is already at like 60, right? So display mode 0 is going to be this. I guess that's how you change it? So it has the thing. Oh yeah, this one's still false, okay. I saw the display mode just now. Oh, this one went back to true. I think if I put false here. Yeah, full screen display mode is 30 right now. So if I change to 0. Saved. A film grain. I don't like this. Lens flare enable. Image quality rate. Can I put 0.5 here? God rate enable. No. Oh yeah, they changed it back. And if I close this and then make this to read only, it's probably gonna work. Because if I put it to read only, it's not gonna change the file inside. I'm missing one purple fur? Why? Just type never crash equals true? Man, if only. If only I can just be like, never crash, fuck yeah. And then force my PC to be like, frame only 60. Never higher, never lower, only 60. Reinstalling probably works. Oh, everything is fucked up. Did it change it back? Oh, did it just generate a new readme file? Wait, everything what? Something is a little fucky here. Okay, not anymore. Yeah, secret Alma. Yeah, I think that one just doesn't work. Worth a shot, I guess. Okay, so the fog is still not there. Yeah, so I think the config.ini didn't change it back. I'm pretty sure it didn't. Man, I cannot believe the lowest resolution is 720p. It compares the settings to valid settings and reset them if it's not valid. Yeah, feels like it. I cannot just force it to be like 640 times 480. And then now to enable lossless scaling, let me try FSR. Oh, it's already using FSR. XPR. Oh, what is nearest neighbor? Scale. This one. Hmm. 27, 26. NIS. I like to select the desired scale factor and resize the game window before scaling. Oh wait, unscale. Okay, unscale, and then I should let you guys see what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. So I don't know which one is like okay. Factor. Resize the game window so that using a specified scale factor, the game is scaled full screen. Allows you to change its size, otherwise change the resolution true. I change the resolution from the game menu. Oh, if the new window size exceeds the screen size, the style flags of the window will be changed. Imagine having HDR support. I wonder what factor means. Scale this. Nothing changed. Is it scaling? It is. Scale factor 1. Oh, I cannot go lower than 1? Wait. No. Did you remove some redeems? I did, because like some of the redeems doesn't work when I'm on 2D model. Auto full screen. Optimized version. Not much I can change, right, for this one. It's fine. $24-minute meal. I don't know if 24-minute I can hit. I can get a MIZU. Evade extender. One less burst. Oh, burst is level 3 though. Level 3, level 1. I think level 1 is fine. One less burst, but oh, this is good. So beta this one, alpha this one, yeah, alpha this one, and then one less burst, but 2 more level 2 slots. I think beta this one as well. Beta this one. Beta? 2 slots, 1 EVA extender. I mean, I'm gonna get EVA extender anyway, so let's get alpha. And then last one. 2 bursts, 1 peak performance, level 1 to level 3. Alright, this is the thing. I can just make it first. Kompeki. I can make this one still. Kompeki. I think it was this. And then it was this. And then it was this. Six new message. No meal? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Give me a second. Yeah, there we go. Damn, that looks really good. I like the dragon head. Lucky meal. Oh, I think lucky just means having more reward towards the end. Oh, yeah, kunafa cuisine is good. We can have meals now. This is the best thing ever. Nice. Quest counter. These kitties always makes me hungry. I know, the food is so good. We have a kitty delivery service now. You just need voucher and then you can have meals. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's try to hunt MIZU with bow. Boom. I mean, I have evade extender and evade window on max. Should be fine. Man, but MIZU's attack is a lot different now. Mushroom. Where's my chicken? Oh. Nice, Sacred Alma. Nice.
向こうを見に行ってみよう。
ターゲットはこっちだね。いた。ターゲットだよ。
Sneak attack. Hiya. That was fast. Ow. MIZU sounds so good in this game, it's crazy. Lucky. Hey. Oh, there's no wound. I thought I heard the wound opening. The only thing if it was because there's a Leviathan here. What do you mean? MIZU has always been a Leviathan. Hate that. Whee, that was fast. I like it. I mean, ow. Someone's tired. Ow. You fall down? Or you still fall down? Kashin from Shield? Ew, no. I don't want to eat your healthy meal. I want something unhealthy. Ungrateful kobold. Don't go. That hits. Queen Rafflesia? This thing? What do you have? Malaysia's national flower? Oh, stinky. Queen's Bloom pollen. Ooh, stinky. What happened? Oh, it became morning. I'm dead sure it was a place. Huh? No. No. MIZU has always been a Leviathan. Sorry, that's... I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh, it's very angry. It stands Undertale. Oh! Oh, that's a Psycho Crusher, man. Oh, that's so hot though. I mean, ow. Ow! Oh. My sacred hurt. Ow. Everything hurts. Give me this, thank you. Ooh. Oh, that's a scary move, okay. I'm aware. Tail. Yo, we got the tail. Fuck yeah. We're using a bow too. I feel accomplished. Oh. How'd you get paralysis? Oh, it feels even better when I cut off the tail using bow. Maybe different translations? I honestly don't think so, since ever since MIZU is introduced, it always has been a Leviathan. Because of the body build. Like, Piscine will always stand on 2 legs with huge ass tail. Leviathan will always like walk on all 4s like this, usually. Oh. There's a huge slay on the Psycho Crusher. I'm gonna capture it. Ow! Don't move! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm so dead, I'm having so many bubble blight. This is... Everything's bad, everything's bad. I'm very slippery, I'm very slippery. Okay, okay. I'm so slippery. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god, puppies. More certificate. That was 13 minutes? Using bow only? Wow, hey, maybe my bow is not too bad. You know what? That made me feel good. I think my bow is not bad. Only a makeshift camp here. Oh, I didn't even put I didn't even put gems. Wow. Seriously? Oh man. It has precise ballistics. Extends the range in which ammo and arrows have maximum power. Oh. Bandolier. Sneaker's attack power affinity of ammo after certain conditions are met. Increase affinity of 4th and 6th. Okay. No. Let's have this one. I'm not really using charge, I think. Oh, greatly extends range. Wait, that's like bandolier. No, that's precise level 3. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, why not? And then 1 level of true shot. Increase the power of bowgun, special ammo, bows, dragon piercer, 1000 dragon, and tracer. Sure, why not? This became near where Gemma. Oh my god, Gemma. Meal 36 minutes. Skill, claw.
見ててよ。
手貸せ。
あ、はい。
手を貸せ。
ほれ。
はい。
肘。
はい。
よし。
The Dragon King. Counter-Strike? Am I playing Counter-Strike? Oh, is this Olivia's armor? Oh, it is Olivia's armor. Nice. Yeah, let's make MIZU's first, and then we do Zosiar's armor. Oh, I've seen the camp. Oh man. Oh, I can get so many kunafa cheese now. Herbivore carapace. Ancient coin for things. Great horned flyer. Gold the melting ticket. Oh! Royal Sea Pot. Chalice weed. Goblet weed. How do I get weed? Rolf just wants weed, man. Silk garlic. I have so many nowberry. To be fair, I never really used nowberry in any fights, so I guess. Genesis opal for Shiu. Cerebrospinal fluid. Barrel bowling voucher. A voucher for a chance to play a Grand Hunt minigame has a whimsical DIY look. Oh, you need a voucher to play barrel bowling? Arm wrestling barrel. Where's that barrel bowling? Hey. Welcome to Barrel Bowling, Hunter. It's a game where you have a grand old time rolling some barrels. You cannot play the barrel bowling minigame in the Grand Hub. Roll the special bowling barrel down the hill towards the pins. Aim for the biggest pins to increase your score. Barrel bowling vouchers are required to play. You can get this via login bonuses from item trades in Suja and from the support ship. Okay. Nice. I wanna try. Yeah. First roll. Yeet. Uh-oh. Ooh. Yeet. Okay. More. Oh. Only 70? Oh, that's bad. See? 500 points for A rank? Oh my god. Oh, I get these things. Gunpowder? 2 gold. Alright. More. More. Oh, a barrel bowling strap? Yeah. Alright, check this shit out. I got this. Hiya! Come on, explode that big thing. Yo! Okay. Now we go here, right? Wee! Get him! Uh-oh. Go the other way! Oh, that was not as good. Yo, let's go! 518, I'm the best. Gunpowder dust of flame, tranquilizer bomb, pitfall trap. Heck yeah! I got 518. And one more. You got A rank? That's incredible. Here's a present to celebrate. I was so excited to make as quick as I could. Try wearing that the next time you play. Barrel bowling trophy pendant. Oh! More. Give me things. I want the things. I wonder if I can do the same thing. Wee! Uh-oh. Oh, this way. No! It went the other way! Go! Oh, that's a really bad roll. Oh, maybe? Oh. I thought it would roll more. Oh. Guess I got lucky with the A. Or I can mix potion? More. I want. Give. I want. I like this thing. I like the bowling barrel bowling bro bowling. Go. Oh no, it went there. Maybe? Oh, that was so bad. Alright, how about if I go the other way this time? Go. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's so bad. That kitty has a really cute big ear though. Is that ear or is that the helmet? This one. I can get max potion from this. Oh, can I just throw? Oh, I can. Oh, you get to practice run? Nah, I want to play for realsies. I like barrel bowling barrel bomb bowling bomb. Hiya! Get him! Oh! Almost hit it. So what if I go from here, right? And then I throw a little bit to here, right? Yeah. Oh! No! Ah! Oh, it didn't hit the big one. I'll take a B. Mega barrel bomb? Gunpowder? Why does like gunpowder always has like a exclamation mark on it? More. Give. How do I get more voucher? I want more voucher of this. They say Suja has it? They should do. Whee! Oi. Come on. Yo! That's a really good score. Whee! 50. Oh, I got a really good first row. Fumble it on the second one. Can I hit the big one twice? I'm gonna try it next time. Exchange for them as well. This is great. I get max potion for playing this. My god. You can't hit the big one twice. Aww. Go. Wee. Oh, it went right. Uh-oh. It went super right. Go. Oh, it went left this time. Maybe? Boom? Okay. I'm getting the hang of that, but I only get one A. Oh. Oh, voucher! Okay, okay. Why do I think this is so fun though? Maybe I like bowling. Honestly, I love bowling. Going in. Wee. Oh, come on. Explode. Oh, that was almost a nice explode. Wee. Oh, explode on nothing. Unfortunate. B is good enough. At least I'm kind of like getting a consistent B. Give me voucher, give me voucher. Let's go. I got this. Oh, I hit the rock. It's gonna mess up. Or not? Go in. Yo, okay, okay. Wee. Oh, that is so perfect. That's not so perfect though. Oh, yay. I think it's 490 something. 480, oops. Good enough. It even gives Tranquilizer Bomb as well. I remember struggling to have more Tranquilizer Bombs, but I think I have enough now. Go. Whee. Uh-oh, that was too much. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa, at least I broke all the red potion. Middle? I mean, middle will be the best choice, I think. Whee! Oh! 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 Yeah. I think last one. Oh. Alright, watch this maneuver. 360! Yeah! 360! Oh no, 360 is bad. 360 is bad. Oh! Yeah, 360 is really bad. You know what? 360 is never bad. Watch this. 360! Hi! I'm sorry. Oh no. It's empty. Okay, I'm never doing 360 again. Oh no. Oh no. The kitty is like, how do you even fumble this bad? Oh, that's so fun though. Can I still play? What if I roll here? Uh-oh. don't know if that... I don't know if that's safe, but hey. I'm gonna roll it down. Whee! Oh. Sorry, I just like explosions. MIZU 36 minutes. Let's play other weapons. Do I dare to try heavy bowgun? You know what? Fuck it. Let's give it a try. Heavy bowgun. Auto cut in some stances. Long distance shot based attack. Expend energy in ignition mode to fire special ammo. No mobility but offers defense. Which one has the best shotgun? How do I know? I think it says the spread ammo thing. Spread ammo level 1? Oh! Spread ammo level 5 maybe? Do you have like a level 3 spread? It's Arkveld's weapon. Oh no. No, I don't have Hunter symbol. Oh. Ufduna. Spread ammo. Who is this? New Udra? Oh, that's kinda cool. And super cool cannon. What? Why is this only like level 1 everything? Is this even good? Gravios Gigahal. I guess I can make this one. I mean, spread level 3. Spread ammo powder, ignition mode upgrade. A Wyvern Piercer ignition, Wyvern Blast ignition. What does that even mean? Oh, I have Radiant Sting. Ablebin Abzuk. So Mitran. Yeah, this one's also level 1 on everything. Oh. Yeah, I can make Gravios one. Yeah. Can I do something with this? With this heavy bowgun? Oh, customize bowgun. Adjust the capacity and level of ammo used in the bowgun by equipping it with mods. You can also select special ammo to suit your hunting style. What? Upgrade spread ammo level? Oh, that sounds good. Switches bowgun to ignition mode special type, or increase the level if it's already that type. Spread ammo magazine. Increases the capacity of spread ammo. I mean, hell yeah. Wyvern Piercer. This ammo will slowly pierce through target, increasing the power the more it hits your target. What's Wyvern Heart? Continuously fire with power increasing as you hit the target. Oh, is this the machine gun? During ignition mode, unleash a mid-range attack that hits a wide area. Unleash a close-range attack with an offset effect. Press and hold ding, to increase power when firing. Oh, offset? Hmm. Hindsight. Spread power shot. Increase the attack of bow gun spread ammo in the bow's power shot and quick shot. Oh. Sure. I'm done with outdating my fashion. Nice. I don't want to mess with fashion yet, since the mod doesn't work. Bowgun special ammo. On special ammo, the Wyvern Piercer ignition and the Wyvern Blast ignition. Holy shit, there's so many things. What am I even looking at? Improves reloading, increase the gun length shell capacity and charge blade fire capacity. Increases shell fire reloading speed. Oh, sure. I cannot change affinity? Oh wait, this is critical. Oops. Is that charging for heavy bowgun? Opener. Opening shot. Increase the bowgun reload speed and increase the power bullets when fully loaded. I should probably just try the... Let's go to training area. I can change ammo, right? Spread ammo. Only 4? Training area. Okay, I don't know how heavy bowgun works. I'm a little bit scared. Switch modes. Focus blast, wyvern howl. Ooh. Wait, I cannot move. I cannot shoot anymore. What does that use? Spread ammo? Guard? Must have a perfect guard thing. Wyvern blast ignition. Oh. What? Oh, reload? Switch mode. Okay, don't switch. Fire. Oh, holy. What is this recoil? What other ammo 2, 3 cluster bomb? Damage? Sleep ammo, flaming armor, train, normal, pierced ammo. What if I... Oh, oh my god, poor Secret, I'm sorry. It does lower damage? Secret. Even Secret cannot hold the recoil. Weaponless ignition, weapon piercer ignition. So if I'm on top of Sacred, it does less damage? I mean, I guess it do a lot of damage. So shoot and guard, right? I guess I can give it a try. I'm a little scared, but I think I got this. Do we find Josia with this? Nah, that's suicide. I don't want that. I guess I can try fighting against MIZU? Oh, nice. Do I need to bring my own spread ammo? Unlimited capacity. Okay, okay. So only a few that I need to bring. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and fight MIZU. I'm a little bit scared. Actually, I'm very scared, but... Ooh, I think I got this. I think. Wish me luck. Me too. I mean, I have unlimited spread ammo, so I think... Oh, was there a link party invitation? Link invitation is... Well, I mean, if Narix is here, then... I'm not even afraid of using heavy bow gun anymore. Hell yeah. Ichi. Alright, let's give it a try. I'm gonna come share my fashion. Oh yeah, I can. Never goes out the camps? Nah, I'm lazy. Explosion? Ooh. Yeah. One? Yeah. I'm already bored out of my mind. Piercer ignition. Did I do it? Ooh. Going in. Boom. Yeah. Oh yeah, what's with this? Ow. Pierce ammo? Can I pierce the tail? Ayo! Oh! I'm just spinning on the ground. Oh no! A red dragon death? Okay, charge? Oh, there's no charge? How about red ammo? Can you charge? No. 1? I don't understand why sometimes sometimes it's like very painful, sometimes it's not. See, only 3, and now it's like all 33. What? Is it distance? Isn't like, I mean, if it's shotgun, if I'm point blank range, it's supposed to do like 10,000 damage. I mean, don't tell me if it's like, if someone shot a shotgun at point blank range, don't tell me you survived that. I don't think anyone survives that shit. That fight took a lot more than I expected. I guess MIZU is kind of strong now. Critical range? It's so weird. It's funny how I'm already bored out of my mind playing heavy Pogan. I wanted to give it a try, but it's just I can't. My sacred drunk? My sacred drunk. Was that bird noise? What? He's fishing? Yo! I missed it! Oh, it's my turn to fish. Huh. Don't worry about the things that's happening behind me, it's fine. No fish. Alright, I'll fight. No. I fight. Hi, how you doing? Boom. Oh, nice. Oh, switch mode. Sniper. Ignition. Boom. Switch mode. Boom. Ow. Ooh. Nope, I can't. Let me switch weapon. I didn't see it fishing, I missed it. Hmm? Skull head? Bone armor? Bone armor, Joshia armor. Ooh. Why do you have wings? That's a huge ass sword. Is that Josia's longsword? That's so fucking big. I'm cool. I'm more anime, I think. I know how to play heavy bowgun. It's not my thing. I don't like. Uh-oh. PC? Oh, PC survives, okay. Why are you here though? Wanna city. I got the thing. Got some skills, got a claw, nice, nice. Sneak attacks 1, yeah. That's the best contribution I had. I'll just stick with the other weapons. No bowgun. おミルティか。I have Josia spawn you one? Sure. Bonehead, Milo, Glove. Josia, everything else. I could try to fight Josia with bow. Also Ember. Josia is gonna appear only in Wyveria, I think. I mean, obviously. Nice. Oh yeah, can I make the full set? Gonna run for combo stuff, bye. Have a good combo stuff, man.
さてどうしようか。シェバー。こっちの準備はできてるよ。さてと完璧。
Come. That's the full set.
準備はできてるよ。さてと完璧。似合うよ。すごくいい。
I just hope I don't die too much. Oh, you're already in on the quest. Okay, okay. I have a plan. I gotta bring Demon Drug in our armor skin. I'm going in. I'm gonna get Zosia with bow.
こんなに早くに着いちゃった。
本任務は討伐です。捕獲は不可ですのでご注意ください。支給品が届きました。ご確認ください。
I believe in Nadix. Many bird noises outside.
ちょっと降りよっと。
That's a quick break. That's a double roar. It was so fast. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm shooting air? I will not destroy a wound. I think all the wound I'll give it to... Oh wait, you're using gunlance, you're not using... If you're using longsword, then I won't destroy the wound. I'm ready to shoot. Ah, you're bad. That was so cool. God, I love Josia. Ay, that was swirly. Hey yo, oh my god. Oh my goodness. That was way too close for comfort. Nice. Hey. Oh, I'm dead. GG. Oh, I'm actually dead. That was a one shot. Yeah. I think as a not bow main, I think I'm doing good damage against it. Like, not the best, but I'm doing something. That was way too close, question mark? Oh, it's super angry now. Brother, how did I survive that? Oh? I can help with the tail a little bit. As much as a bow can do, I think. Oh, nice. Tail.
弱ってるみたい。もう一息だよ。
Ayo. I'm okay. Oh, thanks. That is, I think that's a good damage, like really good damage. Right? I think that's a really good damage. Am I a bowman? Oh my god, triple tumble? Okay, I messed up. Oh, oh my god! That is... I might be a bowman. Oh my god! Those numbers were huge. Each tick is like 60 plus, and then it's like 20 ticks or some shit. I don't know. That is crazy. I didn't even use coating or tracer or anything. I'm just shooting. Oh! I got a big shiny. Okay, destroy this thing. Oh, did you craft the tail? Hot dog. Ancient weapon fragment. That's a tempered? No, it's not a tempered, no. It's okay, I got a big shiny. Isn't 11 slinger fired? Oh, it's an 8-star hunt. Okay, okay, that makes sense, that makes sense. Bow... Wait a fucking minute. Bow is so good now? I'm doing like 20,000 damage or some shit with bow, like... That's crazy? Question mark? They must have buffed the bow damage because they weren't that good before, I feel like. Josia's dual blade looks okay. Josia's great sword, however. Oh. Zofia. Blazing Veia. Oh, it's so cool. Sword and shield? I mean, that's sword and shield, alright. Ooh, wait, how about lens? It's a drill. That's pretty cool. How about let's make the armor first, I guess. Armor. One agitator still, but one extra level 1 slot in exchange of recovery speed. I think recovery speed is not that important, so yeah, let's make this one. Wish list. I think this helmet is better. Agitator 2, 1 counter strike for a level 3 slot. Counter strike is level 3, agitator is also level 3, so I think alpha is way better here. Oh, I like the crazy tentacle wing. This one. 1 slot elemental absorption and coalescence. 1 extra slot without coalescence. 1 extra level 1 is pretty good. I do like the hands on the chest. Oh wait, that is the hand. Oh fuck. Oh, ew. Ew. It's almost like I'm wearing a straitjacket or something. I don't want. I didn't even see that. No slot. 1 slot with coalescence. Crazy tentacle dress. I mean, as cool, like feathers are cool, but crazy tentacle dress though. Yeah. One counter strike for no extra slot, but each slot is 1 level more. I'll get the alpha for this one. Crazy tentacle legs. Hey, that's the full set I'm going for. Let's make this one first. Come. And then this one. I can make more. Josia Crystal Horn. Oh. Magor Magala Nick Gem. Nice, just 1 more and then we have a full set. Josia Crystal Horn. It shouldn't be hard to get. Do I have Josia now? I do. Okay, 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 okay. Oh. Host Patrol? Oh my goodness. Host Patrol, friend. Oh my god. Hi Ixon. Hi Archmuffin. Oh my god, Dragon. Many Dragon. Hello, hello. And Nexus. Oh my god, more Dragon. Hi Thunder Moglin. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? Were you playing more Celeste? Oh. Repo, oh my god. I want to play Repo tomorrow. Oh, thank you. I forgot I have mods here. Welcome in Raiders. Many dragon, oh my god. I'm feeling extra sleepy today. Also, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tylra. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Was playing Repo with some pals. I brought some of them along. Nice. I want to play Repo tomorrow as well. Because I'm too scared, I cannot play it alone. Almost like Lethal Company, I cannot play it alone. I'm too scared. I cannot handle horror game well. But I like horror game though. It's always such a conundrum. It's like, ooh, I want to play horror game, but I'm too scared. But it sounds like you had fun. Narix, I'm gonna hunt more Josia. I take the quest. And the boop, oh my god. Zinohiko? For the gem? Heck yeah. First time chat? Heck yeah. Welcome in. Thankfully, Repo is more silly than spooky most of the time. Oh. I mean, I guess I tried to play alone and it was super duper scary for me. Depends on the team. Oh, that as well, yeah. I think I'm just too scared, eh? Like I'm too jumpy. I get scared way too much. Alright, I guess I'm a bow main now. I would use Great Sword to go against... to go against Zosia, but I'm a little bit scared. You're not starting from the map for the free run? Ooh. Do I need free run for it? Also, hi Nuclear. Welcome. Wait. Oh god. No, wait, I'm not in the Grand Hub. I have to eat the 2 pieces of meat again? Huh? I cannot... Fuck. Alright, it's okay. Alright, 2 pieces of meat it is. We can have... cheese. I like cheese. And medic meal? Good enough. Some people really know how to trick monsters in Repo. Dang, I haven't played for an hour. Because I'm too scared. Cute boat whale? Maybe? I don't know. Dark ash fur. Hey. Alright, I'm ready. I guess I'm a bow main now. Also, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Fighting an engineer with a fire weapon is just kinda sad, not gonna lie. It's okay, I mean, you bonk until it's dead. Yeah, there's this cutscene. Not gonna lie, I've eaten meat from a knife like that and almost cut my tongue many times. Oh god! No, it's so dangerous. I'm so scared of knives, to be honest. Hot bacon. Hot slimy bacon. Gonna lurk for a bit and get ready for sleepy, so have a good night, a good stream night. Thank you, boss. Have a good rest and have a good EP after. Oh, so hot. God, I love Josiah.
僕も準備するね。
本任務は討伐です。捕獲は不可ですのでご注意ください。
I'm going in. Hordes pause. I saw this like a cozy position 1 to 5. That's a cute idea. Do you always start with a double roar now? Interesting. Oh my god, it hurt. Woke up for a scary dream. Uh-oh, me first. Oh. Oi! Lucky. And one of those streams where I couldn't breathe and turns out I had actually stopped breathing in my sleep. That is very scary, yeah. You got this, Narix. I help. I help a little bit. I don't know if this helps actually. Don't do it! Is it down? Okay, yeah, it is. How many wounds? One? Good enough. Oh, I didn't dodge. Is it... Are you EP? Oi! We could... That's a one shot, I have to dodge that one. I shot the ground. You have a good calming voice. I I don't know if I have that, but I appreciate it. I get a few of that compliment. I feel very happy about it. Even though sometimes I feel like, no, I feel like I shout too much. Uh-oh. Nope. I got lucky. Oh. I know this. Well, oh, what is that slinger damage? I love you, Joshia. You're so hot. Oh my god. Oh, but then again, there's MIZU as well, though. I'll aim for the wings. Try to, at least. Ow! I stay on the ground. I don't want. Okay. Oh! Do you have paralysis? Uh-oh. Fire ban. I've never heard you shout. I guess Monster Hunter doesn't really make me shout, but when I play other games, I kinda shout a lot, I feel like. Ooh, nice. Ooh, they hit the tail. Oh, it's mega duper angry, you know? Oh, I got saved. I got saved by the lightning. I'll try to get the tail now. There. Unlucky. Oh. Very Italian. Holy damage. I got the tail. Hey. I'm okay. I only caught you during your Monster Hunter streams. Fair enough. I do stream Monster Hunter quite often. You know, since I like dragons a lot. Dragon really likes you, Narix. I feel like this whole match, I'm not even getting aimed at once. Oh, I'm sorry. I will not talk shit ever again. Alright, now you're against me. Hit me, I'm here! Was that 1700 damage in one hit? 1700 in one hit. What the actual fuck is wrong with Bo? Oh my god. Holy shit. Got a gem from Tail? Heck yeah, just now I also got a gem from Tail. Tail. Love watching you play Monster Hunter. Oh, I appreciate it. I love playing Monster Hunter, so that makes me very happy. Hiya. Ugh. I should shoot more of this. That's a heal. Chicken hug. Critical earplug. That was 11 minutes. Dang. Times the special attack hit the weak point. One time. Is it only one time? Because towards the end I aim at 3 wound. Yeah, I aim at 3 wound. It deals like 1,600 damage in one shot. It's like, maybe I'm cheating. Wound is not weak spot. What? That's weird. I wanna go Grand Hub. Because there's food there. Weak spot is a special spot that the master reveals to you after certain attacks. Oh, like radar ray gun, and then it reveals like a... Oh, so towards the end I aim at 2 wound, and then 1 I accidentally aim at the head after that big attack. Oh, and that's the weak spot. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, 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 okay. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's like super dark here. I think I'll hunt Josia one more time, and then I'll call it a day. I'll be right back. Give me a few seconds. Got a natural spawn MIZU? Oh! I mean, I guess MIZU works. I wanna eat something else. I wanna eat mangosteen. Oh, going to eat now. Okay, okay, can. Ooh. My armor is too thick. Mangosteen! Diffuse watch I also get. Oh! Oh, in a link party? Can I meet you here in the if you're in a link party? I want to change weapon. A lens, maybe? I feel like Greatsword's gonna be fun against Josia. Let's change to Greatsword and lens? I'll give it a try. I don't think you can see me still. That's weird. How can we find each other in this game? That's weird. Same lobby? Oh, are we not in the same lobby? Oh, Link Party is different, is it? Link Party, not lobby. Oh. Block. Lobby search. So if I go lobby search, hunter friend search, reach around the diva when she performs whatever in so you can. Oh. Okay, I assume that's a private lobby then. When she performed the right. I think that's here, right? According to the trailer, anyway. I want to change armor. You know what? Let's look at armor real quick. I think I made a full set of MIZU armor and also a full set of SHIA. Or not, I lied. No crystal horn just now? Oh my god. It's okay, we can wear MIZU's armor. At night? Okay. You can now change Alma's outfit from the change appearance menu. Or stretch her fashion wings every now and then by switching out her outfit? Okay. Change appearance. Mine. Sorry, not appearance. Equipment appearance. Oh. Nah, I still like Cuckoo plushie. I see, Falcona suffers from the same sickness that Tigrex does. Capcom can't make hitboxes itis? Huh? Okay, what skill do you have? Handicraft, offensive guard. I think handicraft is from weapon, yeah. Jacob Fenton tail hit boxed. Oh, the tail hit. Yeah, that makes sense. I laugh. I laugh. Okay, we have maximum effect extender, 3 burst. Might as well add more to it. So maximum burst. To constitution. Wait, constitution is level 1 now, I think. Just get peak performance. And then adapt. One gobbler, 2 medicine. Increase the amount recovered when restoring health. Oh wait, I already have recovery up 1. So if I get this one, I mean, 1 more medicine wouldn't hurt. Yeah, recovery up level 3. Evade Extender level 3, Evade Window level 2. Peak Performance and Constitution. Burst doesn't really work with... Oh, a Greatsword doesn't work then. Oh, I'll probably just do Evade Window maximum and then play bow again. Even though there's no stamina surge, but I think that's alright. Yeah, let's just play bow. And this one I'll change to duplet. Alright, let me try solo Zosia then. Let's do it. I'll skip this one. What do I do with my 150k points? I don't know. I should hide the redeem. Also, hi again, Bring. Room? No, it's not. I think that's a weak spot. Is that a weak spot? No, okay. already mega angry. I got greedy. Who? What? Where? Oh, recovery up level 3. So nice. Hey, I got greedy. Save me. I was lurking, got a heavy bow gun for this idiot and it's real nice. Heck yeah. I love Josiah so much. Music and everything is so cool. Did you know if you shoot them pause at those milk crystals, they're exploding into a bunch of extra damage? Yeah. I'm just lazy to use elemental pots on them because, you know, I just kinda want to shoot them. I want that. Oh. I pressed the wrong thing. It's a lot easier with some weapons. The heavy bowgun sheath time for me makes it hard. Yeah, I mean, heavy bowgun is not for me. And just now I was playing heavy bowgun. I was like, oh no. Heavy bowgun is not for me. Bow is fine, but I usually much prefer going in up close and personal. It's a personal preference thing. Wee. Holy damage? What the fuck was that? One more. That's a weak spot. Double roar? Almost died. Uh-oh, GG. Oh, I didn't die! Save me. Oh, I didn't recognize that. Oh, I didn't recognize that as well. Sir Noodle Archer? Oh my god, Shineku, hey! I'm hitting a dragon. Welcome, Sir Noodle Archer. Thanks for the raid. Hope you're doing good. Ed break? Oh, oops, my bad. Oh, thank you, Breen. Sorry, I'm a little bit busy hitting this dragon. I forget I'm a mod sometimes. I don't remember I'm a mod as well all the time. Okay. Hope you're all doing well. I'm doing pretty good, yeah. Hope you had fun with your friend. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't destroy the rock. I didn't get the thing. God, the music is so good. Oh yeah, also welcome in Raiders. Before I forget anything, I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome in. Hope all the Raiders are doing good. I hope you had a fun stream. And of course, if you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Very important. Oh yay. Solo bow might be a little bit difficult. But I got this. You got him. The music is so cool though. I hate to dash away so quickly, but I'm very, very hungry and tired, so I shall go have a water versus drink combo. Of course! Thanks again for the raid! And have a good food, because hungry man. Oh, I didn't mean to shift my weapon. Ooh, that's a lot faster than I thought. I should apologize that I'm not very responsive to the raid. Ayoi! This is fine. I was doing the wound attack. Hyper anger? Hey. Now to get the tail. Ayo. Ow. I need the tail. Oh no, it's a lot faster. I'm dead. Oh wait, no, this is safe. Kind of safe. Oh! My input got eaten because the frame dropped. Unfortunate. It is what it is. There we go. Oh, I didn't roll. I should not just sheath my weapon there, honestly. Should I continue dodging? I killed this thing 2 times and got 7 tails. Oh my god. 2 times and 7 tails? This is fine. It is a little bit harder, but it's fine. I got my chicken. What's my other weapon? Longsword? Oh, double blade? Nah. I mean, my first win against this thing is a double blade, and I want to change that. Oh, I want to add more weapons. Can I sneak attack? I actually get to sneak attack once? Oh boy, stupid damage. Too early. Oh, it lingers so long. I'm stupid. Alright, we learned that, we learned that. It's almost dead. We got this. Then it takes Montgomery to fail the quest the first time. It's not really delayed, it's very lingering. It's there for a long time. The hurt box is there for a long time. Don't move. Okay, see, we learn, we learn. Oh wait. Is that not a... I don't think it is. I thought that's a trap. Hey. Whee! I got so lucky there. I could have died. If there's a second lightning, I'm dead. But GG. That was nice. Second weapon bow. Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah. Look at that big chunky tail. Big chunky tail. Give me gem. Oh! Thank you, game! I got a gem! What the? What? Only 4 items? Oh no. Blaze Enhancer. Iron War 3? Oh heck yeah. That was 23 minutes. My dual blade was 28 minutes, I think. I mean, I was too scared when I was using dual blade since I'm still learning the moves. But now I feel like if I use dual blade, yeah, it's gonna be the same or even faster. That was fun. That was fun. I like it. I like it. Yes, sir. That's the full armor set. Oh my god. Teokase. I will drink. That music is so familiar. Isn't that Kokoto Village theme? Also, my armor, I didn't upgrade my armor at all. My armor was so shit. 200. Do I upgrade this one or do I upgrade this one? I mean, obviously this is like the stronger one. There's no need to upgrade. I'm not losing at all. I'm not losing. There's no need to upgrade. Once I have overabundance of like armor spheres, then I'll decide which one to upgrade. I'll upgrade them all. But now it's because that I don't have enough armor sphere. I just feel like I don't want to upgrade the armor yet. That's a cool animation. Heck yeah. I wanna do bowling. Just upgrade? Nah, there's no need. Whee! That is such a fucking good roll, holy shit. How did I do that first try? Wee. Oh, it went to the right. Uh-oh. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm feeling a little bit hungry. I wanna get food. I wanna rest as well. So, yeah. let's quit the game. Yeah. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Heck yeah. I feel happy. Going back to there's a new update for Helldivers too. So someday I want to play Helldivers as well. But also, since I fixed the issue with Microsoft, I can play Minecraft now. Oh my goodness. I can play Minecraft? I get to play as Dragon Survival now. I got the Comfort Edition where it's not difficult. Yeah, I got the Dragon Survival Comfort Edition. I heard that it's not. I mean, the mod description says that it's not as hard as the normal Dragon Survivor. I have this one, Play as Dragon Comfort Edition, and I think I like that more. I mean, of course, there's RL Craft inside this Dragons as well, but RL Craft is way too hard. So someday I want to play this because, oh my god, Dragon, right? Oh my god, Dragon. I already made my dragon in there, and yeah, someday I'll start playing this. I'm just glad that it works now. Aircraft is the wrong kind of difficult, but some people like it, I guess. I like it for a bit, but then after playing it for a bit, I realized that, I feel like every death loses too much progress, and eventually I kinda just not like it towards the end. Like at first it was fun, right? All the difficult shit. There's a lot of bull crap in the aircraft. Yeah, understandable. Like it's a mod pack that's supposed to be insane, I think. So yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Who raid? I guess I can raid into... Dinoder? I mean, Dinoder... Wait, did Dinoder raided me? Oh, no, it was... Oh no, it was Dinoder that raided me when I was playing Repo on Saturday. It's not Premium. I remember Premium raided me once as well. Was it Premium? Shit, I don't remember. Crap. I could also raid into Daydreamy. I mean, she's playing Gunfire Reborn. Oh, let's see who else. Dazzy? I haven't raided into Dazzy in a long time, to be honest. But then again, I feel like raiding into Dazzy makes me feel a little bit scared because, you know, Dazzy is now like a big streamer. And remember when I said something about like raiding into like streamer with a lot of streamer with big numbers? I just feel like I'm attention seeking, which is definitely not my intention, but my brain just sort of thinks that way. It's like I'm gonna disregard that feeling and I'm just gonna raid into Dazzy, and I hope that's fine. Since I haven't raided into Dazzy, alright, I wanna raid into another kobold. I raided Merp multiple times, which is fine, right? But I feel like I want to raid to other kobolds for a while as well, for a few times. So yeah, let's raid into Dazzy. Tomorrow is Saturday. Nice, Swift. The impossible decision. Yeah. Man, my brain is so mean all the time. Like, I know me reading into like streamers with big numbers doesn't mean that I'm attention seeking, but my brain just cannot stop that. It's so unfortunate, really. Also, welcome in, Swift. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna read into Daisy. If I keep thinking, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna not read into it. I have the same problem. I also never rate big streamers. Yeah, it's like the feeling, right? Do we know what else? Okay. Don't fight me, dragon wins. I've been lurking here for a few hours. Oh, thank you. Always appreciate a lurk. Alright, let me plug my coffee and stuff. Here's my coffee. I have a monthly subscription for coffee now, so heck yeah. And also, I'm gonna summon Bernie real quick for the coffee. Hey Bernie!
I am once again asking for your financial support.
It feels like Bernie is a little bit loud, isn't it? I'll put like -5 dB. Here we go. And I also have a Discord channel. This morning I found time, and then I spam a bunch of dragons and also non-dragon pictures because I love them. Snakes as well. Snake, very cool. I like snake. I mean, reptilians in general are super duper cool. I love them. I guess that's pretty much it. Also, let me look at your ID. Oh, that's so cute though. That's such a cute ID though, Bracky. Oh my god. Man, I'm kinda sad that I didn't do my own my own ID. I got scared. Wait. We can still do it without the pop-up? Oh wait, so if I go to the certain E website, I can do it still? Whoa, the website changed a lot. No, I mean, you can boot up your drawing program and just draw with your mouse. Oh. Yeah, that's true. I can just use a Paint. I can just use Paint, MS Paint. Then that could be the same thing. Yeah, that is true. Okay, let's close this website. I don't want to show it accidentally. That would be bad. I don't want that. Right? Rate message. And let me type in the rate to Daisy. Yep. Interior is adorable. What? I guess a little bit. But then again, that's just kobolds, I think. Oh no. Alright, I type in the rate. I'm gonna go get some food, right? Tomorrow I'll be playing. Yeah, tomorrow is the day where I'll be playing Repo with Nexus. And if anyone else wanna join that I know personally, well, not personally. Actually, I don't know. I was thinking that maybe ask to join, but then I feel like that's a little bit egotistical. Brain. I mean, I guess that's kind of egotistical. I don't know anymore. I mean, so far I have Nexus that joins me, which is nice playing Repo. It's not just want to play a game. Yeah, I also don't want to just play with randoms, right? We'll see what happens tomorrow. Breen cannot join because Breen's gonna play. Breen has work on weekends, so I wish you would ask me to play games with me. I like that too, but most of the time I just not able to, especially during nighttime, because I feel like nighttime is just me having my me having a me time, and then I just sort of decline most of the invitation, and every time I do that I just feel super bad. But I also want me time, so it's like But hey, if you want to play Repo tomorrow together, Braggy is definitely welcome to join. Heck yeah. The usual stream time when I played it. Boops all Kobolds and Dirks here. I guess I got booped. Okay, I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get food now, so... Repo is not a braggy kind of game. I understand. It's alright. What did I want to say again? My brain stopped working for a bit. Oh no. Oh no. It's okay. I'm gonna go get food. It's fine. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you all, right? Have a nice meal. Thank you. I will. And here comes the raid to Dusty. Yeah. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here, Nexus. And of course, with the raid message, yeah, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want to. Just don't spam more than 4 of them. And it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, this one. That one works too. Yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, I'm thinking maybe I can play Minecraft on Sunday. Oh my god. I can beat Dragon on Sunday. Ooh. I'm excited. Yeah, Monster Hunter Village theme is always so good. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. It's okay. I mean, I always do that. I like to wait until the timer goes down. Why? I don't know. No answer to that. Or maybe I just cannot handle the I cannot handle the timing of pressing the raid now button. I feel like I'm too late or I'm too slow. I don't know. It's fine. But still, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.